Maybe.
Much like
Exactly.
what they
Much like
wear.
babies, they
Depends.
have to depends. Exactly.
Depends.
Depends on their status. Using depends.
Okay. Something bad happened to Kennedy,
Oh dear.
and
I
he's
need to
pointing
lick
at me.
my Twitch.
Something bad happened to a Kennedy. Yeah, it's a
My
real
fault.
shame.
It's my
Oh,
fault.
the X's are a good touch. Well done, Duncan.
Nice.
Come on, connect.
Oh dear, are you okay? I've
What?
felt that before. Especially with are your sinuses full? Like, are you experiencing fall allergies? Okay. Okay. My sinuses are fucking with me hard.
It's just a brain tumor. It's nothing to be concerned about.
Yep.
My Frankenberries, and this is little Mordecai.
The only Muppet.
Ah. Well, let me just say, Duncan, that your level of enthusiasm is just contagious.
Isn't
Absolutely.
isn't
So
isn't
inconvenient.
Henry isn't Henry calling the good doctor to Schnelling?
Yeah,
While
Henry is
Diane
calling
is
Dr.
passed
Snelling.
out.
And while
I
Drake's
faked
wife,
it.
Papadopoulos was handed a mysterious note. Connor, can you do the recap and tell me what Henry is frantically but proudly telling to Schnelling on the phone?
Absolutely. So, as we all recall, back to last week, we ended in a motel room after a rather disastrous interaction the with Dr. Gobelman, who at this time we may or may not be referring to as the late Dr. Sebastian Gobelman. But we were able to get into the Van Dyson Institute without too much issue. We were able to go down to the basement and, accomplish two things. A conversation with Dr. Van Dyson was had by the now mysteriously absent Kennedy, and of course, Agent Stewart. Now, following their interaction with Van Dyson, they were allowed to speak with Sebastian Gobelman. Sebastian continued to exhibit symptoms both characteristic of his usual condition with the addition of amnesia, which allows him easy route out of any questions. What you did take away from the Van Dyson Institute was a selection, um, a brief synopsis could be gained from particular pickings of beginning, middle, and end of sessions with well, of course, Dr. Gobelman, of course, is a matter of primary interest, as well as some often revisited tapes of an ex-patient named Damon Newcomb. And within those tapes, as you were listening to them, our dear Henry Basil rolling a absolutely astonishing critical success, a 1 under a 2 Cthulhu
A 2.
mythos gained from a few hours of the tapes. Let's see that back on the big screen. Not only is a 1 half of 2 so a hard success, but it's a critical success in any event. And he was able to determine what, Zach? Do you recall?
I'm trying to remember what I discovered and versus what Diane discovered. So I discovered that the psychiatrist in question was a what was it called, a devourer, and that the minds of Gobelman and the other and some others in the tape, Duke Nukem, whatever his name
Well,
was.
that he and Damon Newcomb had in the middle of a session when they both began to have an understanding of one another. There was made mention of the ability to consume the likeness of another. In other words, to take the form of someone else. Though at this point you do not know how that occurs, only that the subject was broached, suggested, and it seemed all too interesting to Dr. Van Dyson.
Mhm.
Now, Emily then began to put together 2 and 2, which led to a little bit of a minor break in sanity there as it became apparent that uh, the bodies were starting to pile up here. From her own experience, her own research into some of Van Dyson's prior patients and unfortunate occurrences of suicide among some previous patients. So here we are.
Suicide.
After remission, after treatment. So at this point, of course, Diane has fainted. She's on the floor after desperate attempts to get in touch with a person of significance to her,
Dr. Mullenbach.
Dr. Mullenbach,
Muhlenbach.
who her
I
temporary
fainted.
her temporary bout of madness, indeed, of which I conflagrated 2 different tables on my keeper screen here because I don't know which one to use. So it was a desperate attempts to contact a significant person on one table and fainting on the other. So we just rolled with it. Haha, rolling in combat. Yeah,
It's it's probably an attempt to balance the mechanics of it. But it's
well,
still
this
weird.
game
I
isn't
agree.
about balance, it's about strange eldritch horror. Kennedy is here for the time being. However, he will be recalled by Deschnelling on the phone call with Basil. He then ran into you don't necessarily. Oh no, you do, because yes, it's signed Damon. Yes, you receive a note, and the note is a rambling of a madman.
It's from the man that we saw at the gas station too. So this is
Same
someone
man,
we've run into twice.
3 times actually. You saw him as you came into the hotel. He was standing by a burning trash bin behind the hotel.
Fine. Three
Fine.
times.
So actually, you've seen him 3 times, which means that I have conformed to some form of the adventure as written. Perhaps so. Incidents are rising. Damon. It is a incoherent plea for assistance of some kind. However, having listened to his tapes, I believe someone did make a psychology roll, and it was apparent that Damon was
Memory
how do I
wiped.
put? We'll say well, at the
Or
time of
brain
the middle
scrambled.
tape when they were both whatever, that Damon was teacher and Van Dyson was mere student at that time.
Hmm. Well, they were in cahoots, but there was still the dynamic of like patient doctor that was making things kind of weird.
They were still playing doctor.
Ew. Oh
Oh,
dear. Okay.
ew.
Yeah.
That's terrible, Connor. Why would you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I put ice on Diane's forehead to help her.
Mhm. Oh, right, of course. I pull it out. Of course, he's the first number in my contact, so I just press *1 or whatever, and I call him.
Yeah. He's your emergency contact.
The phone, which you call, is a lone BlackBerry sitting on a long mahogany dining table next to a pewter goblet of Chianti and an overflowing plate of stuffed raviolis, of course. And if you can envision the cutscene, a low table meeting only the mouth as the phone gets picked up and the food continues to be shoveled in between words. Of course, he has caller ID. He says, Henry, I take it you found something.
Just knowing, yes, we found pretty much everything. And I tell him the whole story, the Devourer, what we think has happened, the note that we got from Damon. I tell him everything. And I was the one that also kind of came up with some of that, but yeah, it's really Diane helped too. Diane's unconscious right now. Damon might has his memory wiped. It's a lot going on.
I see. So, if I may get the high points here.
It's really in character eating that steak.
Yeah.
So old Petrov found himself a patient that he couldn't cure. A man completely and totally obsessed and aware of powers beyond his simpling little mind's control. And has taken it upon himself to become a bit of a different kind of practitioner. It's all too delicious. a few things then, which remain to be done, undone, to be resolved in some manner. Naturally, Van Dyson needs to be dealt with. And I trust you all know how to be discreet. Agent Stewart will provide more than enough resource for anything that needs to be done. But if you could, after what's done is done, a thorough searching of his property is required. I want to make sure we know everything that he knows.
Okay.
To that end, make sure Diane duplicates the entirety of those records. I don't care how many hours it takes. I want all of that brought back to Arkham, and I want nothing left on his personal server.
Okay, will
Now-
do. I'm sure Diane is more than capable of that. And then as far as Damon and the memory wiped go, I don't know if the other people around Damon that we saw were also memory wiped in the same way. Do you want access to them at all? I'm not sure if they have any memory left to be accessed.
I'm not sure I agree. What Damon's experiencing is entirely a memory wipe. It sounds like the memory's in there, but he's been inhibited in some way. Doesn't matter. Throw a bag over his head and bring him back.
Okay, can do.
He can stay in the basement with other people like him until they're pumped for everything I can get out of them. You didn't hear that.
All right. Well,
You still don't have access to the basement. I want to make that clear.
yeah, you've made that clear a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Speaking of people who do have access to the basement, for now, I need you to send Kennedy back. There's other things I need him to work on.
You could bring the tapes too.
Okay.
Have him bring what tapes you have, but I trust that there's more and I want them too.
Okay,
If
yes, I'll
you
make
can-
sure all that information is accessible. And I'll make sure Kennedy is sent your way.
Very good. Anything else?
I look towards the group. Anything else? Got devouring, mind wiping? Anything?
Ask-
Unconsciousness? Anything else?
Ask him if he's proud of you.
Ask him if he's proud of you.
Are you proud of me, Daddy?
Are you proud of me, Dr. Snelling? I don't feel
Do you
proud.
hear that? You didn't hear that, right? Never mind. Okay, I hate it.
Are you proud of me, Papa? Did I do good, Papa?
So Henry, what did Deschnelling say that we should do? I have my own ideas about what, as a member of the federal government, I have my own ideas about what steps we should take next, but I'd like to hear what Deschnelling had in mind.
He wanted us to search Van Dyson's property for any and all information relating to any of this before we take care of him, pointing to you as a resource for taking care of things subtly and covering them up.
I agree. I think we should seize as much as we can from Van Dyson's property, and then we will deal with the center at a later date. Van Dyson himself does remain a problem. Professor Pips, Miss Walker, do you have any ideas on what should be our next course of action?
Miss Walker does not respond as she's unconscious.
Oh, right. That's right. Sorry. Miss Professor Pips, how's Miss Walker doing?
I'm unconscious.
She's doing well. I've been checking to make sure that she still has a pulse, to make sure that she's.
Dr. Pip's midnight at Bernie's my arms so that I work midnight.
She's doing
just raise
great!
my arms so that I wave.
She's doing great, Doctor!
I'm doing great.
Look at me! Hack, hack, hack.
At this moment, I am not sure how long she'll be still out, but I'm sure she'll wake up soon. I am not sure of the correct path that we should be going, but I do know that there are things that need to get done. But a good amount of those things will be needing you, Agent Stewart, and we will be needing Diane Walker's expertise to also be helping out with this.
All right, well then, Mr. Kennedy, You heard the man. Deschnelling wants you back at his office. Here. And I unload the tapes on him in like a brown paper bag.
You don't have physical tapes.
Oh, right. That's right. We downloaded it onto her iPad. Never mind then.
You give him a rather large. Well, how large of a flash drive could you get in 2000?
In 2008, your flash drive would be like no bigger than like 2 or 3 gigs, right? Like flash drives were they could hold very little back then.
Now we have. Back then, we had 1 gigabyte USB flash drive. These days, you can get 256 gig on an SD card. I long for the simpler time.
I did all of a sudden go back into 1920s Call of Cthulhu. Like, you take the tapes, because they must be physical tapes, because there's no such thing as cloud storage. All right, well, we send...
Actually, back in the 1920s, it wouldn't even be reel-to-reel magnetic tape. It would be like it would be like recorded.
Right, like yeah.
Cylinders.
But so we send Kennedy on his way.
Drive and then, like, car headlights? What is that?
Yeah, something like that.
We send Kennedy on his way.
Bye, Kennedy.
Everyone, I want you to know that I will take this part of our endeavor as seriously as possible in my return to Dr. Deschnelling, and I will be sure to give you all my fair and honest opinion in your performance reviews.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. It's been an honor working with you.
Goodbye.
We hope to see you soon.
Have you in class.
And he leaves, and he gets. I don't know. He finds a taxi to get him someplace that he can rent a car that he can. Get to the airport and he gets a charter jet. I don't know. But he returns to Arkham, so he's gone.
How long do you think it would be, Connor, before Emily wakes up? Oh, sorry, Drake. Go ahead.
It was an hour, I think, that he rolled for.
What was it?
I thought it said an hour.
I think that's right.
I mean, it does.
Madness. Investigator faints, recovering after 1d10 rounds. I believe I rolled 3. So 3. Call it 3 hours. We're mixing the two, so call it 3 hours.
Okay, so in that time, I'd like to do a little bit of RP if it's cool with everybody, just before we get into like the nitty gritty. Just want to make sure that we're like going at a good pace.
Oh, the nitty and the gritty. Oh.
So I
2 for the price of 1.
2 for the price of 1. So as I sort of like I'm pacing around the room as we wait for Diane to wake up. I sort of like stop in the midst of my pacing and I turn and I say, "Oh, Professor Pips, I hadn't even considered. He was a good friend of yours, wasn't he? I know we haven't confirmed anything, but I'm sure this must be hard on you."
He was a colleague, and I did spend some time with him. Though I didn't get to know him as well as many of the other colleagues got to know him. I'm still quite new to the school, and I hadn't gotten to know all of my other colleagues as well as I would have liked to. But it's still difficult to have the suspicion that something like this might have happened.
And Henry, honestly, I'm very impressed that you were able to come to such a conclusion so quickly. It proves to me that your mind is even sharper than I had originally pegged you for.
Oh, thank you, sir. A lot of Deschnelling's books, I know some written by colleagues of his that have also had contact with these sorts of creatures, although nothing exactly what we described, but I kind of inferred from the data that I had from that.
You know, once all this is over, there may be some work with the U.S. government for a man of the 2 of your caliber. Just keep that in mind, especially in this line of work. People who can understand these strange phenomenons are always useful when it comes to the United States. It's killing me that we have to wait here. But it can't be helped. It can't be helped.
Deschnelling also wanted us to... He also wanted access to Damon to see if there is any memories that he can access there. So I know that would be kind of a long drive. I'm not sure. Are Damon and the others are they still outside?
Well, Damon just came here. He came to hand that note to Professor Pips. Unfortunately, when I looked outside, I didn't see him. I assume he's long gone by now. I have no idea where he could have gone off to.
Has anyone made a listen roll to that effect?
No, I just looked outside. I said I looked outside. I looked around, and then I came back.
I'll make a listen check. 28 under 65, hard success.
You do hear someone not outside the front, but like through the the back bathroom window. You can hear people rummaging around back there. I mean, there's homeless people. You don't know that he hasn't wandered far off. You can certainly go and check.
He is a bit bonkers.
Indeed.
What was
It
that?
seems like he came to us for Damon. It seems like he came to us to help us or get help from us. So I don't
How
think
does
he would.
he? Oh, I'm asleep.
I mean, I as much as I appreciate your unbridled enthusiasm and optimism, this is a man who did delve into the inner workings of this mysterious supernatural forces before. Those tapes, he did not sound like a very nice man. It seems unlikely that he'd come to us for help unless he thought we could simply take down Van Dyson for him.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing. We can offer to take Van Dyson down for him, since that is what we are doing. As long as he comes with us and we can give him any help that he might need.
Connor, when we listened to the tapes, did it sound like Damon was operating from the perspective of someone who was like stuck in Cthulhu mythos or actively choosing to seek it? You know what I mean? Like, did it sound like he was haunted by this and he wanted it to stop? Or was he, did it sound cult-like? It's basically what I'm getting.
So, is your question, is he affected by the mythos or is he a cultist?
Yes.
So I'd like you to then ask, is he a cultist?
Is he a cultist?
There's a gunshot outside.
My God.
He's killed himself.
He's referencing a classic bit
I know what he is.
from one of my.
Walk up to a cultist and you ask them, "Are you a cultist?"
Are you a cultist?
It's
pull out a gun and they just.
It was my first time trying to keep an adventure. They were getting bogged down in bullshit. And so I just started making it so that whenever they walked up to somebody and asked them if they were a cultist, they said, "My God, you caught me," and they'd shoot themselves, because that was kind of what the scenario had. And so I just bum rushed them to the end of the adventure with fucking snakes and plantation houses and everybody shooting themselves in the head. I think the adventure ended with them literally saying to the final bad guy, "Are you a cultist?" And him going, "Oh, fuck, yeah, you got me." And that was the end of the adventure. So
yeah, you just pop a cyanide pill and sayonara.
I'm taking it with me to the grave.
Cyanidra?
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Well, I think that even with hearing the people rummaging around outside, I think we've decided to wait until Walker wakes up before we do anything else. It seems to be the consensus here.
To your question though, Emily, obviously, when someone is a practitioner to the point that Damon Newcomb has become, this all is a fairly simple inference from the fact that the discussions he was having with Van Dyson, even for a limited time frame that you listened to one session, very obvious that there was a studious undertaking. But yes, he's on the cultist side of things. He's not in his right mind. He's quite mad, but not incoherent as he is now.
Mm-hmm.
So
while we wait, are you able to get a search warrant or whatever it is that you secret agents do?
Well, to be completely frank, federal government has given me a lot of leeway. I've been with the U.S. with the FBI for near on 35 years now, and never had a case go south before. They've given me a lot of freedom here. Basically, I can do what I need to, as long as it can either be cleaned up or blamed on me in the end. So, regardless of how it turns out, the federal government is willing to cover this up as needed. We can take whatever steps we need to. If we need to kill Van Dyson, if we need to take him into custody, if we need to burn down his house, the federal government will be there to either back me up or throw me under the bus, as is their right. Believe me, I don't blame them for using me as a scapegoat. These things should not be known by the public.
What,
Schnelling
Agent,
would not allow you to be thrown under.
Well, I'm speaking from an FBI. Yeah.
I understand.
Agent Stewart, what do you believe should be our first step of action?
As soon as Miss Walker awakes, is that the proper grammar?
As soon as Miss Walker wakes, yes.
As soon as Miss Walker wakes, I believe we should immediately head for the Van Dyson household. I'm not sure if do we have any information on where that is? Considering the time of day, it is late at night, so he could be at home. Perhaps it might be best for us to go there in the morning after he's hopefully headed back to the center.
Well, he's okay.
So even if Walker wakes up, we might end up just sleeping the night anyways.
No, yeah, he's not married, right? So he lives alone. Okay.
He is divorced.
Well,
Right.
we think he might have eaten his wife.
I guess what
Right,
should
so
we?
he won't be there.
I'm gonna look at the handouts real quick.
Either way, no one else will be there.
Either way, it's a solitary existence, eating everyone you've ever loved.
We don't
If
have
he's
that
eating
handout.
them, again, you don't know that's how it works.
No, we're just assuming, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his therapeutic address. I don't think we have his house address. We'd have to call like an operator or something to figure out where he lives.
Operator.
I don't know. How do you fucking find out where somebody lives before?
Give me Klondike 634.
How
I
would we?
don't know. When Diana wakes up,
Hacking.
have her hack property records.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think at this point, we're now going to wait until she wakes up so that we can make some more progress with her as a member of the team.
How much more time does she?
MVP. 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 MVP.
You are the most valuable player.
Yes, you are.
But I'm just saying,
Thank you.
if we've got like 2 hours before Diane wakes up, we could just watch more of the tapes, right? Or did we send all like? Because I'm assuming
You only took so many tapes because of how long it takes you down.
I think we
Yes,
actually.
I know,
I'm sorry.
but to keep it short, of the tapes we downloaded, we watched a few from the beginning, a few from the middle, and a few from the end. I'm just saying, to pass the time, could we watch some more tapes just to, rather than us sleeping and being unproductive, could we do something for these 2.5 hours?
I don't know. The way that we've done the tapes,
We've listened to them all, I thought.
to expedite. No, you haven't. Not even close. You haven't listened to.
But we've listened to the important bits.
to what
Yeah.
you have, you've listened to. So, and again, you have to get more. So,
I mean, we can prepare ourselves by we could send somebody out to a gas station to go pick up like a crowbar or something to break in. I mean, I could clean my Glock while we're waiting.
Just let me know when I'm unconscious or when I'm conscious
My
again.
my Beretta. I mean, I think we just do like.
I'm going to allow you a couple more minutes to continue formulating and discussing your plans here. How exactly you want to proceed, whether you want to try and find Damon when she wakes up, and Diane will wake up when I get back from a very brief potty break.
Yeah, but Emily, you can discuss this with us right now, anyways. Like, so what do we need? What do we need
Okay.
what do we need to break into this guy's house? Like a wrench, a crowbar. I
don't know
have.
where he lives.
I know. So once you wake up, which we'll role play that you're going to hack the property records once you wake up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a gun. So we have the protection prepared.
I'm also proficient in the handgun.
Do you have a gun?
Yes,
Oh well, there you go.
I did bring a gun with me.
Our-
I figured that this was going to be needing some sort of strategy, so I did bring a handgun this time.
Us open carrying Massachusettsans.
Of course.
The only gun I brought with me is my mind.
And then
Brains before brawn, baby.
like, what else would we need when we're like exploring somebody's house?
Burglary kit. I don't know.
Lock picking stuff. I don't know how to pick a lock.
I don't know. I think we're just gonna break down the
Shoot
door.
lock.
I was thinking we were going to more like smash the doors or break the handles to like.
Yeah. I'm just picturing getting there and having the agent go up to the door and be like, "It's locked," and Diane's like digging in her bag, and Henry's talking with Pips about like the way that locking mechanisms work, and then all of a sudden we hear a bang. We just turn around, and the agent's
It's
standing
open.
by the door like,
It's open.
"It's open."
Well, I think we'll be able to get in fairly easily. I can't imagine this guy's got a security system in 2008. Like, the only people who have security systems in 2008 are, like, really, really expensive. Right?
Yeah, but he might be well off, isn't he? He's like
Okay.
the
Yeah, he's pretty.
All right,
Dr.
all right.
Phil of psychology.
All right.
Is Dr. Phil supposed to be a psychologist?
He's not. His actual
not.
his
I know.
title is Dr. Phil. He's not actually a doctor anymore, funnily enough.
I know. He got his license revoked, but I couldn't remember what he initially was a doctor of.
All right. Here's what I'll do. I'll go look at the adventure to see if the guy's house is security trapped or not, and then we can make decisions there. That way, like, let me just use my look at the adventure skill.
Okay, so you're going to cheat.
Wow, I got a 44 under 100 because I can just go pull up the adventure and
On my Google.
Duncan, I hate you.
on my Google search.
In my
Yeah?
experience, I don't think that this is my character, but my character wouldn't expect too many people to be having like super protected houses. It's like locked doors and those types of things. There's not going to be like a siren if a door gets broken.
Yeah,
or if you,
Yeah.
there's
Well,
there's not
also-
going to be an eye reader where like you have to like eye read to get to the
We have
building.
to
No.
we have to have
Well,
there's
we
a
have to-
thumbprint
we have
lock
to
and an eye.
We have to consider the fact too that the doctor is like really, really new to Mythos. So if he even is like locking down something in his house, or has like something he's trying to keep secure, he hasn't had much time to like outfit that.
The only thing I could think about is if he had a safe. I don't know how to open a safe.
Does he have a safe word?
All right, allow me to look at the adventure to see if he has a safe. Oh shit, Connor's back. Oh god.
Safe word. It's patchouli.
Banana hammock.
I think what our plan is, Connor, is Walker wakes up. We're gonna search property records. We're gonna send out like a small team to go and purchase some like baseball bats and like monkey wrenches and stuff. And then
Well, we should get like a hood, so that way we can actually be like robbers breaking into a house that they can't.
yeah, we all get ski masks. And then I think we're gonna wait until tomorrow, like not just in the morning. We're gonna wait until like 11 when we know for sure he's back at the center, and then we're gonna go break in.
What if
it turns
instead
out-
of dressing up in like ski mask shit, we have the agent get fake like papers or something, so that if someone does catch us, it looks like we have a warrant, or like it looks like we're investigative.
Miss Walker, what do you think this is? A Jason Bourne novel? I can't just procure fake identities for the three of you in simply 50 to a few hours. It would take at least 8 hours at least.
What about the outfits?
So it's nighttime right now.
Let me
and,
just go walk on down to my nearby FBI agent store. This just doesn't happen like this. Of course not. Now, anyways, I have my armored truck here filled with weapons for the three of you. I'd like
This
to
is
pick.
not Men in Black.
I'd like to pick the elephant gun myself. 3d6 of damage. All right. I think that's our plan.
Honestly, okay. Quick pause.
Sure.
Men in Black, Call of Cthulhu, like crossover would actually be very, very fun.
I'm sure. I wonder if they've done that.
Actually, this is all about Inception, and the mythos are just glitches, and so the whole thing is just we're plugged in to the interwebs, and that's why Diane is the most valued player, because she's a hacker and she's able to see past the Inception.
MVP.
Hey guys. You know there we go. The next game we play together, Men in Black, the role-playing game, published in 1997. There we go.
I mean,
Okay.
forgive
only
me,
if
but I
it's
don't think it needs to really be a
girls.
crossover. One can simply attack any particular Cthulhu mythos scenario as a team of FBI.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
Miss Walker, are you all right?
I'm great.
You fainted for quite a long while there.
I don't know what happened.
Have you come to terms with our findings?
Oh, Emily, while
Yeah?
while you were fainted, you did have a terribly strange dream.
Oh boy.
Now, I'm not going to charge you any sanity of it, but once again, it's if you'll think back to when you had gone to the computer lab at the school prior to leaving to come up to Virginia, and you walked in, and Dr. Muhlenbeck was there. Very similar. I mean, it is his computer lab, except when you walk into the room, it's dark. And all there is Dr. Muhlenbeck on the far end of the room, looking into one of his large computer screens. He's got basically a computer hooked up to the television for his graphics studies. And again, what you hear is the language, again, that he used on the street corner that day, sending the interplanar shuffler back to where it came from. And he's conversing with this monitor, which is flickering and spiraling, and all sorts of strange energies seem to be kind of shooting from the screen before fizzling out as he seems to be conversing with something. However, from where you're standing, you can't see what's on the screen. All you know is, again, it's this language that you heard. However, they aren't the same phrases. Now, you don't have any idea. Your brain could just be making them up, or could actually be happening somewhere at the same time.
Who knows?
Could be seeing something that's happening right now at 3 a.m. in Arkham. Just don't know. But that's the striking thing about it, is it felt remarkably real.
It felt so real.
And just before you woke up, you call out to him. You say, "Dr. Muhlenbeck," and he turns to you. And his facial features and everything, his eyebrows are arch up in surprise, and he's, concerned. The way that he says your name, Diane, is both a mix of fear and surprise. And as he turns to you and reaches out, that's when you regain consciousness.
Dan, are you all right? You've been asleep for quite a while now.
She does that thing where you wake up in a new place and you just had a dream that felt so incredibly real in a location that you're familiar with, where she half expects to turn and look at the lab, and instead she sees this room, discarded ice pack from what happened?
No, she's talking about. You passed out. Once you realized the severity of what we're dealing with Dr. Van Dyson, you collapsed. You've been asleep for 3 hours. My colleagues here can attest to that.
3 hours?
Yeah, 3 hours.
And
yeah.
She goes to grab her phone, sees that it's fucking 3 a.m., I guess? 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
And she rubs her eyes and looks to you all and says, Schnelling, did somebody call the doctor? Because I was going to, and then I tried to call Dr. Muhlenbeck for some reason, and I couldn't.
Yes, it's okay. Yes, we called Schnelling. We told him everything. He told us to deal with Van Dyson pretty much however we see fit, to get all the information that we can from his residence. And so to that effect, we're thinking of going...
Deal with? Deal with? What? I don't...
Probably.
But,
that or any other way of silencing him, kind of pointing to the agent over here for advice. But we do want to go to his residence and get any other information that he might have. So that is our current plan. Is we are going to ask you if you are able to access what his address would be.
No, well,
his address? That's what you want to know?
Essentially,
anyone could do that. A baby could find your address.
Well, unfortunately, I guess the three of us are we're techno babies.
Okay, well, out of my way, techno children. I'll handle this.
Well, I mean, if you go on 411.com, it says, "Yeah, here's all the information. We've made it a little blurry because you're not a premium member. How would you like to pay $49.95 a month So hacking is required to
Okay,
get the
fine.
information for free.
And I presume a roll.
Well, I mean, but doesn't Duncan have endless money?
No, I don't have endless money.
He does have endless government resources, but no one's up. If he called right now. No
Yeah,
one
if I don't make this, you're paying. Okay? Not me. I got a 10, I think. 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, that's a 10. Yeah, it's a 10.
That would be 10.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, I got a 10. 10 under 8.
And are you just looking up general information, or are you going straight to the stores, like, just going into the city, state, county, whatever property?
Oh, I think I'm digging deep.
Digging deep? All right.
Yeah.
And as she does, we sort of explain the rest of the stuff. We're gonna go tomorrow morning. We want to confirm that he does have this stuff before we decide whether or not we're going to capture him or kill him, etc., etc. The note from Newcomb, we just sort of, as she's doing the hacking process, which I assume it's not very difficult, so it's not like you're like, shut up, let me jam.
Yeah, there aren't dots, green lines.
The rude sandstorm plays as I type.
Dated. Oh no, my Simba fell down.
Simba.
Oh, how dare it fall?
Simba. So property records 5 years ago. Van Dyson purchased actually a lot of property up in the mountains there. His center and
his center.
Sorry, that was very funny.
The center cannot hold.
Yeah.
my
That kills me.
flipping
Oh
internet.
My
God, that was good timing.
while I
His
was
center.
while I was gone yesterday at my parents' house, the power went out at my place twice yesterday, which canceled one of my exports. Really? Yeah. Well, it went out when I was gone, and then when I got home, I was sitting here and it went out again, and I was like, well, fuck, what?
Yeah, I heard about power being out in a lot of places in Appleton too.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with. I think WPS has issues with they keep doing temporary fixes instead of permanent fixes, and I think then every storm the same stuff happens, and they're like, well, shoot, now we gotta go fix this again. It's been happening a lot
How do
lately.
you have a cat in your dorm room?
What?
Drake lives at home right now.
Oh,
Drake, because UWGB doesn't have students.
UW Green Bay does have students. I just didn't want to pay for it because almost all of my classes are online. So I'd be sitting in a dorm, paying for a dorm, without really getting the cool dorm experience of being able to socialize with people.
That's butterscotch.
The cool dorm experience.
Okay, I was also an RA the last 2 years, and because I'm teaching next year.
Sorry. I just thought it was funny.
Butterscotch has to be in Drake's room because of the new puppy. So.
Oh, the baby. The new baby. It's just a new baby puppy.
All right. So the
That's really
center is on this property that he bought.
Oh yeah. So the center and his home are both on the same huge swath of property.
Oh God.
Off of Bell. Well, he purchased a great deal of acres and acres and acres from a man named Morty Belmont, which is where the name of the road, Belmont Mountain Road, 50 years ago, or 100 years ago, or whenever the road was built up in the mountains of Virginia here.
I wanna look into this Morty.
Gotta Morty, we gotta figure out more about this Morty guy.
Morty, we've gotta find out more about your past, Morty.
Oh, jeez, I don't know. People's memories are being wiped.
Oh, jeez.
Like a shaggy, I guess.
I'm in.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
if
God.
you want, Morty Belmont still lives on Belmont Mountain Road, not too much further up from Van Dyson's home. Van Dyson's center is the first thing you hit when you get out of town on this road, and then for a little bit further than that is where he's built his home. And then if you continue on down the road, you will cross over the property line, and Morty, or Morton Belmont, still lives there. He is a elderly man. From what you can see, lifelong bachelor, and has a particular proclivity for being behind on his property tax. He is always behind on his property tax.
My God, and he's a tax evader too. All the more reason to get rid of him.
And he's a tax evader too.
Can I quickly retcon a little bit here? I wanted to make sure that we sent off at least one person to go and purchase like baseball bats and monkey wrenches and things to help us break into the home. And I would like to do that before the hacking starts.
Baseball bat to break into the home.
Whatever, you know what I like, and like weapons, like just stuff for us to be able to go in there. God, Connor. Oh no, it's not Connor, it's Drake.
That was Drake.
Sorry. But is it so? Can we quickly do that? Do we want to decide which one of us is going to go to the Walmart to pick up stuff?
Not
or
me,
which
I'm
one?
out, bitch.
No, I know you're not. You're either passed out or you're doing hacking. Obviously, you're not going to the Walmart. So who wants to go to the Walmart?
Want to do this with me?
Sure, unless Diane, I don't imagine you need any sort of psychology info that might come up on him. She's in the zone. She's not paying attention. Okay, sure, I'll go with you.
I'm thinking it's a good idea for the agent to stay behind in case the homeless man comes back again. That way he can bag him.
Oh my God!
Okay, for context, for those folks who just joined us.
Oh no, are
That
we
sounded
on Twitch
really bad.
insinuating that we're gonna
Guys, we're on the front page of Twitch.
kidnap a homeless
Oh my God!
There's clearly
A
no
man who
reason
had
for it. They're just doing it for fun because they're psychopaths
Oh,
and
you
I'm
didn't
their
say you were
helpless
recording
keeper
this.
allowing it to happen. No.
Well,
All right, now let's in-depth RP Henry and Professor Pips being in a long line at the Walmart checkout with a bunch of people. Oh, you want to grab this map?
Really cute.
Yeah, it would be really cute. I know.
I don't want it.
All right, so let's finish the hacking thing first. So as you're doing all the
Go out to buy stuff.
as you're looking up all the information, I'm just going to pull out my notepad and I'm going to be keeping track of the information. So when you mention Morty Belmont, I write him down in my little notebook and I say Morty Belmont lives a little further down, just so that we have that information like locked into
Morty Belmont, 65-year-old hermit,
and
man living on his inheritance, which is currently in the non-liquidable state of the land.
So as you say, like, this might be somebody we want to look further into, I'm like, yeah, but let's stick with Van Dyson for now.
Okay.
So technically, I mean, because there's so few places, I mean, the Van Dyson Center is 1 Belmont Mountain Road. Van Dyson's house is 3 Belmont Mountain, because it's on the same side of the street, but 3 is like 2.5 miles up from 1. Any other question?
No, I'm just.
Going to rate.
Oh, sorry, Emily. You cut out there for a second. What did you say?
We're going to rate his house first, right?
Yeah, I think that's the idea. But keeping a thought process on Morty Belmont, maybe after we finish with Van Dyson, that might be something to follow up on further. You know what I mean? Like, that might lead more. We might learn more details about the land and about Van Dyson himself, because Newcomb must have discovered something. As far as we're aware, and this is in character, just sort of discussing. So, like, Newcomb, as far as we're aware, came from this area, so he must have happened upon something supernatural, assumedly in the general vicinity, within 50 to 100 miles. It could very well be on the Van Dyson property. We have no idea.
You don't know.
I'm just assuming because we didn't.
That's an assumption.
Oh no, yeah, that's 100% assumption. Well, yeah, because we didn't see where his like on
All
his.
I want you to know is that's an assumption.
Oh no, yeah, because we don't have patient records for him. We just had the tapes. So I'm just saying, I think, based on the knowledge that he was admitted here, maybe he's from the general area. That's my assumption. Whether or not it's true or not, that's why I want to follow up with Morty Belmont, maybe with some other people in town, with the Van Dyson Center on Newcomb. But Van Dyson seems to be the more pressing threat at the moment, is kind of my thought process. Do you agree, Diane?
Going back to Van Dyson, since if we break into his house, imagine we're going to leave some sort of trail. I don't imagine we're gonna be able to have a perfect, undetectable entry. Should we intercept Van Dyson as he returns home?
Potentially, that's something that we should keep in mind.
Okay.
I am
just
leaving the planning of it up to you. I'm not going to provide any direction.
Emily,
Yeah.
what was that?
I'm personally a bit concerned about the fact that Deschanelli wants us to break back into the facility after we handle stuff at this guy's home. I mean, it took me a while just to get these 2 records. He wants everything and then wants it all to be wiped.
I think that, and I'm not saying this is what we should do. This is just my...
Actually, you're forgetting something you already know.
Which is
The password?
Van Dyson, when you were in the servers at the center,
He has access from his house.
he has a VPN.
yeah.
He has a VPN tunnel set up directly from a personal computer at his home.
never mind. Take it all back. Diane starts to say that and she's like, oh, never mind. Okay. Nope, I can use it from his house, actually.
Take it all back.
Basically don't even need to go back unless he has paper records of anything, which is just like, so 10 years ago. Am I right?
Only if you want the drugs. You can steal
God.
all the drugs.
No. Okay. Alrighty. So
Alright.
tonight? When are we gonna do this?
Tomorrow when he's at work.
Tomorrow when he's at work. And we're
So
going to
11.
intercept him when he gets home. Yeah, we're intercepting him,
Probably.
I guess.
That's the hope.
We have a plan because this guy can consume people and look like them. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally would prefer not to be consumed by a creepy weirdo. Okay?
Well, since
Um,
from my knowledge, he doesn't gain their memories. So if we all have like a safe word, this is just worst case scenario. Like, it's like
wait. The safe
Banana
word is patchouli. We're back.
Truly.
patchouli.
Patchouli.
Also,
But
also there's more about the numbers and we're armed. So I think
I would also
I think
assume
we'll
that
be fine if it takes a turn for the worse. I just want to
I
make sure
mean-
we intercept him before he realizes we broke into his house and he calls the cops.
I mean, Agent Stewart, you've
Sure.
dealt with this kind of stuff before, right?
Yes, I've
Have
dealt
you
with...
apprehended people like him? I mean, we just don't know what to expect.
I think that based on my experiences, the people I have apprehended in the past have been minor. I don't think I've ever dealt with somebody who I would describe out of game as a Cthulhu wizard. But in my perspective, with the kinds of people I've dealt with in my line of work, like a minor cultist is already at a much higher level than a normal person. So in my perspective, and this is like me, like out of character, saying I have apprehended people of a similar caliber, although he does seem to be stronger than most. But it's kind of like that whole like every NFL football player is at a much higher level than we really understand of like normal football players. You know what I mean? Like me versus Aaron Rodgers.
Sports
But-
at all.
Okay, whatever.
Bad analogy. to
Yeah.
use.
I mean, it's true of like any profession, any like skill-based profession.
Mhm.
You don't necessarily realize just how big that gap is because you just see them all as better. And some people may be way stronger than you realize, but when you look at their woodcutting, you're like, oh, it looks about the same as a decently experienced woodcutter, etc. Yeah. Okay. So I say I've dealt with people like him before, although the fact that he does seem to be exhibiting some sort of stronger magic does worry me. I think that as it stands, though, of everything I've ever seen, doesn't seem to be very offensive. It seems very calculated. They don't tend to be. This isn't Harry Potter. They're not slinging spells left and right. They're capturing people and experimenting on them. That's That's what I've experienced so far in my work.
What?
Which is actually an apt reference if in fact J.K. Rowling exists in this universe. And let's say she does.
I mean, I think for the most part we can say most things exist, especially since we've decided that Zach's old character from the 20s is the replacement H.P. Lovecraft, except without
Can
the
J.K.
rampant
Rowling
racism.
exist, but like not be a turf? Thanks.
I agree.
I don't think the two are separable.
Turf
Okay,
is a word
J.K.
that I
Rowling
don't
doesn't
know.
exist. Harry Plopper was written by a different acclaimed author who
He's a
believes
good
in
person.
transsexual feminism and is kind and treats people like people and isn't a douche noodle.
And doesn't change her work to make money.
The dream.
Yeah, Connor Turf is trans-exclusive radical feminist, so a transphobe.
Okay.
Just so you're on the up and up.
Sorry, Connor.
I'll put it in the filing cabinet in case I ever need to use it. I prefer the universal term for anyone who falls into the offensive category, jackass.
I'm into it.
All right, I'm ready to get in the car. I'm ready to get in the car. Did we want to role play the gang buying weapons at the Walmart? The two.
No.
I think that's fine.
All right, so
I
what
just
is?
wanted to
There's
say,
a montage.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
list like
we'll
the things we were
montage
grabbing.
it. And unfortunately, well, in 2008,
In 2008, Walmart does still sell weapons. So if you wanted to buy guns, you
Walmart
could.
does still sell guns, but not at Freedom.
No, but we're not looking for weapons.
We're looking for disguised weapons.
I was looking to grab like 4 baseball bats. I was hoping to grab like a crowbar or 2. I was hoping to grab like not a hammer, but like the toolkit that the whole set comes in. It's like a handy box or something.
Yeah, you can get a full mechanics home toolkit. You can't buy hunting knives, but you can certainly buy a kitchen knife block full of
That-
nice sharp Chicago cutlery. You
Yep.
know, it's rural Virginia. There's a Walmart. It's 24 hours, and it's got everything.
Listen,
I'm
guys.
hoping-
Punch, but she can't do anything to like.
Guys, don't worry too much about grabbing too many weapons. I've played the Yakuza series, and in that series, you can use anything as a weapon.
Stop! Stop talking about Yakuza. Stop talking about Yakuza.
the new game is
Tear a
coming up.
leg right off of his dining room table.
The new game came out on Wednesday, and I haven't gotten to play it yet. Ah!
Okay, whatever.
All right, guys, I'm ending the
Anyway.
stream. I'm gonna go play Yakuza right now. All right, bye, everybody.
I have to buy some rope.
Sony,
buy some
if you're
rope to tie
watching
him
the
up.
stream,
Yeah.
give me a PlayStation 5.
All right, so Zach, you did say rope, some baseball bats, some knives.
We split it up so we don't look completely suspicious.
Yes, but I give him money because I'm like a college professor. So I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I make more money than you do, Zach.
Can I buy? I have my own hard drive, but can I like?
Has
that
to
would
just
cost a lot
buy
of
more
money.
stuff.
Well, thinking about storing more data.
We can get some flash drives.
That would be a lot of flash drives, Zach.
Sticking them
2
in, pulling them out.
millibytes.
Sticking them in, pulling them out. I mean, they have hard drives. You can get another one if you want.
I'm gonna get another
Okay.
hard drive just in case.
We'll add that to our bucket list. And then we do split up the purchases between 2 people, so we're not weird.
And
We split the check.
Yeah.
And Henry, you have money because you Kennedy gave you the Deschnelling's usual wad of cash. You have about a completely unnecessary overage. You have about $5,000 in hundreds of bill.
Yes, you're
I
buying.
assume it's in
thank
some
you.
sort of like antique money clip.
Yes, very. It's gold. It actually
It's
has
got his
jewels
monogram
on
on it.
it. It does.
I will cherish this always.
CBD. No, you have to give
If
it
only
back.
he wouldn't
Cornelius
kill
just
me
gives
if I
that to you.
said I accidentally
Here's
lost
some
it.
spending money, but he doesn't. Depending on how far around the world he sends you, you probably expect him to give back. So I wouldn't spend foolishly.
Alrighty,
Right.
so we have the weapons, we have the info, we
You
get in the
have
car.
Implements. You have makeshift, what I will call makeshift For all intents and purposes, we shall now refer to them as makeshift burglary tools, which could have obviously been accomplished with a tire iron from the back of your big government Suburban, but it's your money.
Also, I buy each of us a really, really small flashlight so we can pocket it, but we've each got a light too.
All right. So we get in the car.
Take a long rest.
We turn it up. Oh yeah. We sleep until the morning. We get in the car. We turn up the tunes. Womanizer, woman, womanizer, you're a womanizer, oh, womanizer, oh, you're a womanizer, baby, you are, you are, womanizer, 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 womanizer. So that's the number one hit of the 2008 season, so that's,
Can't read my, no,
read my poker face, she's got to love nobody.
Nobody.
Pa poker face, pa poker face, ma.
Okay.
I that's exactly. I was thinking of the Weird Al song the entire time.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
We drive past the facility first, right?
Correct.
Although we're gonna drive past it. We're not even gonna slow down.
Nope.
We don't want to get caught on those cameras.
I like slide down.
Does anybody want to do a spot hidden or anything just to confirm that Van Dyson's car is there?
Yes.
Where's the best spot hidden?
I have like a 70 something.
Oh, I have a 40.
I have a 50, so I'm not very
You
good.
go,
But
girl.
I guess I'm driving, so I'll do it. I got a 42, so I got a normal success.
Yep.
I got an
midnight-
82, so I failed.
Well, that makes sense with you sliding down.
She looks the wrong way. She looks at the wrong side of the car. I don't see the center. Where is it? Where's the center?
The midnight aubergine, midnight eggplant, purple.
I knew you were gonna say
Van
eggplant.
logo license plates is indeed in the center parking.
All right, awesome. So we just continue
Roll it
driving.
Okay, do we want to park? Do we want to park kind of far away so he doesn't like see that there's a random car outside his house when he comes back?
Well, I think we got to see the lay of the house before we decide that. Because if it's like a long, winding drive to
Does
his
he
house,
strike you? Okay, wait. Does he strike us as a man who we think would have a spare tire in the back of his car?
yeah, I think so. And even if
What if we were to pop one of his tires?
I thought about that, but we want him to come back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it would take him more time to come back. He's got to come back eventually.
Yeah, but it's early. I mean, it's early in the day.
Okay, never mind.
No.
Oh.
No. It's a good idea. I had a similar idea, but I don't think
Yeah,
it
but
helps
you're-
us.
Yeah, I get it. I agree.
All right, so Connor, can you describe the drive to and the guy's house? Because, like Zach said, depending on what his driveway looks like and the house looks like, that might change where we park. And also, I don't know.
It is a bit of a lengthy driveway. I'd say it's about a third of a mile long. The house is set pretty far back from the street. You can't see it from the street. All that there really is a mailbox out at the end of the driveway. And then, you'd have to pull down into his driveway, and eventually, it's not like there's a front lawn that's cleared all the way. You
Right.
turn into the forest, and eventually, there's an opening at the base of. There's a mountains and trees tall enough to completely obscure the center, which is only 3 stories tall, so that's not too much of a task. But you can't see one place from the other.
It's like
You're
hilly
around a
and
bend in the
fluffy.
road and 2 hilly, mountainous outcroppings,
Bluffs.
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 Yeah, like Zach said, could we pull around like behind the house? Is there like a path, like a sort of frontage road off of his driveway, like leading into the woods, or any place where we could hide the car like near his house, or are we gonna have to park down the street?
There's nowhere to park it on the street. I mean,
What season are we in?
Fall.
It's
Oh, I thought.
yeah, it's fall. Well, early fall. It's August,
school.
so the leaves haven't fallen.
But I'm going. There could be hunting season. We could just be people who have a vehicle out somewhere for hunting. We would still get in trouble for being on private property, but
Yeah, we could park on like on the street, like just on the side of the street, past his
Well,
like.
he just said there's no parking on the street, though. I thought, or there's no place to park on the street.
Yeah, I mean, there's no hard shoulder. It's just a 2-lane road that winds up in the mountains, and it just kind of drops off in the ditches on it.
Ah, fuck. Hate those kind of
Let's just go up to the. Let's just go.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go park. We'll bring the car to his house. Can we like park around the back or the side? We don't want him to see us when he gets there.
I mean, hell, in theory, you could put it in his garage. There's plenty of places that you can hide it. You drive around the back of the house, sure.
I think we'll hide it behind the back of the garage because that's like the least likely place for him to see it. If he's parking his car in his garage.
Well, it's a 2-car garage.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go drive behind it.
Okay.
And then that's where we'll leave the car.
Okay, so as you drive down the road again, it kind of winds a little bit. Eventually, you come to, the trees start to be a little more spaced out, like some of them have been strategically removed, and ultimately you come to a rather tasteful split-level 2-story house on a bit of a sloping lot. It's a walkout in the back. So
He said tasteful. I'm tasting it in my mind's eye.
It's all very tasteful. The asphalt does change to concrete right where you get to the house itself. It's all windows are very large. Plate glass windows in some places. It kind of takes on a bit of a modernist flair to it almost. Fairly new construction, of course, but somebody was kind of jiving the mid-century modern here, so there's kind of that diagonal clapboards, siding, and very tasteful cedar shake roof on it. Kind of those frosted glass garage doors. 2 single stalls. It goes to one garage, but there's 2 individual garage doors, and a concrete pad that kind of goes off to the left side for additional parking. There's a fireplace chimney that you can see. It's a very tasteful, very well done. Not a lot of flowers, but there's plenty of boxwood hedges and things like that. There's a path that comes down from the front door and goes over to the driveway. But it's very tasteful, very modern.
Are there any? Do we see side doors? Is there just the front door? Is there a door to the garage?
Yeah, there's on that concrete pad that goes over the side of the garage. There's a door into the garage. There's the garage doors themselves, front door, and of course you can't see.
Argue that if we do the side door, he's not going to notice it as readily as the front one. I think we should unlock that one instead.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Is it locked?
It is locked.
Is there like a mat?
We gotta check first to see if all the doors are locked.
Yeah, is there like a mat or like any sort of like movable, like sometimes people will hide their key, like a side door key under like a stone or a gnome.
I'll look by the front.
Or something.
A gnome. What about a Gnomeo and Julie?
He hides the key in a DVD case copy of Romeo and Juliet.
Oh,
Hell's
God.
pie, a gnome and Juliet.
There is not.
A
Well,
gnoblin.
I guess someone opposed this role with I don't even know what, because it's not necessarily spot hidden, because it might not be a spot.
Oh, then this would be a luck roll. This would be a luck roll.
Yeah.
So if we do,
Okay.
For the agent.
we're all searching, so I feel like we should all get a chance at a luck roll in our respective locations. Unless Connor, you just want to do one.
I would think there would just be one to see if there's a chance of there even being a key that exists.
All right, so one of us is rolling for the group then.
Yes. Oppose my luck.
Duncan Kremkin.
All right, so I have my luck. I have a 50 luck. Does anybody have higher luck?
I'm a
70.
65.
Who has 70?
Whoa, Pips. Henry?
70, yeah.
I have
Look at this
65.
Yeah, but Henry has a 70.
Yeah, so I was saying go with Henry.
Yeah, Henry, go ahead.
Roll. Cool. 31.
I was just saying which ones I have.
So Zach got a 31, Connor.
Testing 65 against 70. I was like,
It's
well,
just it's a straight competition. Very close, but mine is still lower. So no, there is no mat or obvious height.
makes me sad.
I Gil,
Oh, Chichin.
because
Gil,
I
what?
have a 23. And Zach had a 30.
Yes.
We're not accounting for hard or difficult. Just a straight 1-1. So
I
Womp
spent
womp.
10 luck points today.
How are we going to do this exactly?
how are you going to do it exactly?
I thought we were gonna break like this side door. Does it have a window?
Probably not.
No, it's just it's a much crappier front door that's been put on
Which way does this door open?
the side of the house. This is the
No,
front
like-
of the house.
Does it open to me or does it open into the house?
It opens into the garage.
Okay.
What was the outcome of that roll?
You can break the side door down.
Zach did not get low enough.
Okay.
It was contested.
Sounds good.
We're trying to figure out how to open this side door.
I imagine, honest to God, I don't know about this guy's house, but side doors tend to be the easiest to break into because they're part of the garage. And so when the rest of the house gets updated, the garage is kind of the same. So it's usually got like a pretty easy to just kick through. It's like a classic door jam.
Well, this
We're
this
kicking the
isn't-
door
this isn't an old
Down?
house.
It's new.
I think you just kick it. You just break through the door jam. I
Yeah, but
mean,
we want it to be discreet-ish, right?
I mean,
Is
like,
the problem?
do we want to try to use like a credit card? Does anybody want to try to slide a
We've
card
got
through the lock?
We've got the end of a what's its butt? The curved metal implement that you use
Crowbar?
a tire
Crowbar?
iron. Well, not a crowbar. Thank you. We've got a crowbar that we
A
can
crowbar- a
continue
crow-
the edge of by the door.
I feel like a crowbar is going to do just as much damage as just kicking it down. Listen, I've broken into a lot of houses, so I have a pretty good.
Pretty good idea of how to break in. Okay, agent, after you.
Okay,
I don't.
Connor, I'm just gonna go ahead and try. I'm just gonna as we're standing here bickering
I don't kick
because
the
it's
door.
my fault for bickering, so I'm not blaming anybody else for bickering. But as we bicker, I pull out my credit card. I'm just gonna try to do the whole credit card Jimmy. Which is a dex roll, we want to say?
Okay, so it gives me sample barriers and it gives me their hit points, but it doesn't give me like their strength.
Well, yeah, you're literally just supposed to attack it as many times as you need to. Because the idea is that if you're attacking it with a weapon, your weapon also has hit points. So your weapon will eventually... You can't just hit something over and over with a baseball bat. But we tend not to do, like, weapon damage.
You can. You certainly could.
I mean, we do have 4 baseball bats, so even if one did break, we have 3 more.
It's not like D&D where there's, like, hardness. I think in Call of Cthulhu, if I remember correctly, you can just wail on a bank safe door until you break it if you wanted to. Like, that's how the rules work. Because you just deal so little damage. Like, my fists deal a d4 of damage, like, every hit. So if I punch the door over and over and over and over again, eventually I'll break it.
You're gonna
Rod's
take more damage to your hands, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rod's trying
it's not a
to
question.
get-
It's not a question of how you're going to get through of if you're going to get through the door. It's with how much finesse you do.
Well,
So-
yes, and Rod Stewart's trying to use a credit card to jimmy it. So what would he have
So
to
if he
roll?
wants to jimmy it, then that would be I would say that would be a hard locksmith.
A locksmith.
Do you have any more than 1 in that?
Well, I feel like... No, that's fair. I thought it was just going to be like a dex, because it's like... I'm not actually trying to break the lock. I'm just trying to jimmy the credit card around the door jam, but... That's fair. Keeper education.
I mean, the door. I'm not saying that this door doesn't have a deadbolt on it. It's just a locked knob on a
Yeah. So I don't think I would need to do a
insulated
locksmith. But
metal exterior door-ish kind of thing.
I have Jimmy.
Door.
I have Jimmy'd a door like that with a credit card before when I was trying to get back into the house. They're not that hard, but I will roll a locksmith. My God, it's a 001. All right, so what's the next plan, guys?
0010011
00001. All right, guys, what's the next plan? My credit card failed.
I
Beat
thought,
it
we were,
down.
I thought we were gonna break down a window or something in like the back of the house, like in like the bathroom window. We could break in and crawl into the bathroom.
We're
Wait,
trying to be as discreet as possible.
Henry,
This
you
is
have a
really
rope,
likely
right?
place for him to check.
Henry, you have a rope, right?
Right?
Let's climb onto the
Are
roof
you suggesting a chimney?
and let's go through the chimney.
Stop it!
Does can
Diane tries to kick the door.
so I'm gonna go and look at the front of the garage doors because I'm assuming like are the garage doors open right now?
No, yeah, actually,
No.
no, Drake's
What
Drake
about
is
that pad?
Drake's totally got a good idea here. You can just lift garage doors.
You can just lift garage.
Yeah, we're just gonna lift the garage door. I totally forgot about this. Let's just lift it. Me and Professor Pips are just gonna lift the garage door. We're just gonna open it that way. This is a 2008 garage door. Like our garage door was broken for the longest time. You literally just go up to it and you push up on it, and the garage door will open. That's how they work. They don't lock. All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Garage doors don't have those twisting lock and unlock things in them anyway. That was done in the 80s.
Yeah. So, hey, Professor Pip, let's go. Let's open it up.
Okay.
I need strength checks.
That's a 26 for me. That's my lowest roll so far, apart from that 10 last time. But then again, I haven't been really rolling at all, so it's mostly failures.
I got a 40 under 50.
40, okay, so success and
20,
Duncan's yours a normal success.
mine is a hard success. 26 under 60. What are you laughing at?
You
Diane flexes, cracks her knuckles and goes like, I've not just sat behind a keyboard this whole time. And she tries to like help and she goes, yeah, you guys got it. I rolled a
Struggle.
96.
struggle valiantly against the spring tension at and the electronic opener that's
Diane
forced
has
shut.
a strength of 70. She is strong. I rolled a 96 over 70 though, so I think her fainting spell still is affecting her a little bit. She gets vertigo and is like, oh god.
So you hear
Nice.
that and you kind of hear that of a spring like moving in some way that it doesn't like unwinding a
Right,
bit of
right.
spring. And eventually you hear a snapping sound as a cable fails and the garage door just rolls straight up.
Awesome. We did it.
And we close it behind us.
Yeah, we
Behind you.
and then we just pull it down behind us.
Now, did you open the left door farther from the house, or did you open the right door closer?
The one farther from the house, I think.
All right.
Well, let's hope.
Life choice.
What do we think, guys?
Farther. I
Farther?
think he's more likely to park closer, so if we fuck this up.
Ah,
Find
the
out.
human psychology. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. He would park closer to the house like a normal person.
But no, so Connor, I was sitting here as you're like the spring is tightening. I'm like, all right, I have all of my arguments for if he says this doesn't work, why it would work. I got this. I'm prepared. And then you're like, and it opens. And I'm like, all right, let's all move on with our
There's
lives.
a few things that you're struggling because technically your garage door opener is supposed to act
Yeah,
as a lock.
yeah.
But if you force it enough, you'll basically force it to engage that pull string and disengage itself, or snap one of the.
We open the garage door, right? We open the garage door.
Yeah.
We go into the garage, and that's when we
I've
realize
replaced several garage door openers. Thank you very much.
we walk into the garage, And suddenly we realize, my God, this garage, it's disconnected from the rest of the house. It's self-standing. Oh, God. All right, Connor. So we're in the garage now, and we're ready to...
Anything useful in here?
Do you have anything in here in particular? No. Yard implements.
I'm going. Is there gasoline? Can I burn something if I need to?
Ooh.
Yeah, there's gasoline for the lawnmower.
Good
Gasoline.
Good eye.
About half full, but...
Sorry, I'm a little bit of a pyro right now. I really want to explode or burn something.
Dr.
Good
Pips
to know,
says
Professor.
that to us. Or Professor Pips turns and says this to us just while smiling, just like Drake was. I'm a bit of a pyro right now, and
Drake.
I really want to explode or burn something.
Drake, I just want you to know that in my head right now, this house looks exactly like Grandma and Grandpa's house. I don't know if that's what you've been picturing, but that's exactly what I've been picturing. Is just
That's what I've been thinking.
so like now, like we walk into the garage and there's the little.
It's my grandma's house.
There you go.
Joke that we all get to share because we all know what your grandparents' house is
Hey,
like.
because my brother's here. Him and I get to have inside jokes. Next time you want to come here. Oh, never mind. I don't even want to follow. I don't even want to finish that. Zach, you can bring your brother if you want.
Ian. Connor, what's going on?
Yeah.
What did you ask us if we have something or don't?
If you
About the
have
garage.
something-
You were like, what do you guys have?
Do any of you?
Is the door to the house locked?
No, the
Probably
door to the
not.
house. No. Nobody locks the door between their house and the garage, unless the garage is broken. Which you've now broken one of his garage door openers, but it's not the one that he uses. I was gonna say somebody roll a spot hidden, since we've already gone over it. The, requisite wear in the concrete from the, AC condenser and the little oil drops and stuff like that is all. What you walk in on is a perfectly clean concrete floor, and obviously the car that's been regularly parked, Van Dyson's Miata, sits
Alright.
on the other side.
Can I share the house map with everybody now?
Yes,
Or
can they share that? That's what I was saying. Do you have? And that was mainly Duncan. Do you have the house?
yeah, I have all the information we need. So I'm gonna send this to us in the
Very
round
good.
table chat.
At this time, Duncan,
Yes,
prepare the
Connor.
house map. Prepare the house map.
Diane goes to open the house door.
I called it the Deschnelling house because, like I said, I originally anticipated that Van Dyson was going to be replaced by Deschnelling in this adventure because I didn't actually look at the content. So
See that right there, Duncan, is where I have to fault your logic completely. When you see this little itty bitty little house,
yeah.
how can you
Honor.
possibly imagine the Schelling would live here?
God, his ego, it's so large. All right, so where do we enter in from the garage as we enter into the house?
Because again, I've added the garage because I think it's appropriate for the house to have a garage.
Yeah.
You would be entering in somewhere around this. I don't know why he has so many couches everywhere, but that back window to the living room on the left side would technically be the entrance from.
Yeah, why the fuck does this guy have so many fucking couches? What?
I mean, his studies and his research were based off of the idea of like intrapersonal connection and empathy being like extremely utilized to a point that's like kind of creepy and weird.
But yeah, but 4 couches in one room?
I was thinking that he just like the woohoo.
Therapy session. They can all lie down.
All right, so we're now in the house.
Okay.
Dun,
So
dun,
you
dun,
enter into
dun,
Dr.
dun,
Van
dun,
Dyson's
dun,
house.
dun,
Of course, you
dun,
enter
dun,
in here
dun, dun,
to
dun, dun,
the living room.
dun,
And
dun, dun,
just kind of a
dun,
general
dun,
feel for the
dun,
place.
dun, dun, dun,
It's
dun,
very.
dun, 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 dun.
Has everyone seen Frasier?
Yes.
Everyone knows what
Drake doesn't, but it's okay.
Drake. Just go on Google Images and look up Frasier Crane apartment.
Yeah, I get it.
And that'll pretty much be it. It's very contemporary. Again, furnishings are comfortable, but there are the same level of bits and bobs and antiques of no particular place. He has jade statuettes. He has the African fertility symbols. He has Renaissance antiques. what does it say? American Indians, Kachina dolls, jade statues from Japan, amulets and jewelry of Celtic, Roman, and Russian origin, the missing Fabergé eggs, some Romanov dynasty clocks. They're worth about $1 million a piece. You know, just little bits and bobs.
The original Mona Lisa, you know.
The Mona Lisa, several Rembrandts. He's a big fan. It's kitsch, but it's all very well selected. It's nothing too pricey, but you know, it's stuff to be handled and appreciated and all this. Nice.
So I
something to take off the shelf and show to your guests and say, this is from the whenever and wherever. Would you like to play chess on my 12th century French marble chess set?
At this point is when I'm going to pull my Beretta from my inner coat pocket, and I turn to the three of you and I say, all right, I'll stay down here, make sure Van Dyson doesn't come home early. It's up to the three of you to explore the house, discover what sort of secrets it might hold. I'll stay here in the living room and keep an eye on the front door and the side entrances. All right? Be careful. Try not to break anything. Don't steal anything unless you have to.
Fine.
Fine,
I don't know why
Mom.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exactly.
Museum.
This belongs in a museum!
This.
We've got a pyro.
I'm gonna.
Professor Pips has got
I go,
a complete character transformation. Sorry, Emily. Sorry.
Upstairs. I go upstairs and I turn to the. When I'm going up, I go to the first door on my right.
I'll follow and take the first left, which is just a bathroom. So then I'll
So you go right upstairs into the den.
Mhm.
Okay. Page.
Oh, that's weird. What?
What, Duncan?
I think that they're implying with the map that the one with the bathrooms and the studies and stuff that's the first floor. Because there's that staircase on the outside. That's weird. I don't like that.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
I think it's implying that's the first. Not. I don't think. I don't think we should do.
I think you're right.
I don't think we should do that though, because Connor's already established the living room as the ground floor. But that's that is a weird as. That's a weird as fuck house.
That's my other thing. Is it's like I agree completely. That's why I had you enter there because it doesn't make any sense for your kitchen and everything up. Like I understand that's like split level. Okay, your kitchen stuff like that are upstairs, but still there would be more. Also, like that means plan doesn't this isn't a good split level floor plan.
No. Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry. Zach goes to the bathroom. Emily goes to the den. I'm staying in the living room. Drake, where are you going to investigate? Just so that we can get a list of where everybody's going.
The front door, just so everyone knows, the garage goes off to the left, and for what I think is appropriate, the actual front door comes into the dining room.
Sounds
right
good.
There next to the wall.
Sounds good. Really is like Grandma's house, Drake.
I was going to go into the kitchen to see if there's anything like knickknacks or things that were left on the counters, like personal things.
All right, so I'll sit back while you guys go through your investigations.
Okay. You guys who went upstairs first, I'll happy to help out you guys here. So let me see.
Womanizer, you're a womanizer, baby, you are.
Leave Brittany alone.
Leave Brittany alone.
Exactly. Thank you.
So you go into
Relevant.
the den, correct?
Yep.
Diane.
Yep.
Nothing too terribly much in the den here. This seems to be where he takes in most of his electronic entertainment. So there's a large flat screen television, which you can see there against the wall shared with the study. Several stand shelves, compact discs or CDs, and a large DVD collection.
There's nothing like tucked away in the couch, is there? I'm also gonna check the DVD player to see what was in there most recently.
Okay.
Romeo and Juliet.
Oh my god, no. Didn't even come out yet.
Film
What?
noir classic. And watching Castle.
Okay. Diane quickly remembers that she was intended to hack into his computer, so she goes and moves on to the next room. And we can skip to someone else. But she's gonna look for a room with a computer in it.
Yeah, and I was doing the right-hand side of that second floor, so bathroom into the master bedroom.
Yeah, so do you just move to the next room on your floor then, Emily?
Mhm.
That is the study room that does contain this computer, so you're where you need to be. So, Henry then, so you go through here, you take a look at the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom first, and then onto the bedrooms.
And then on to the bedrooms. The master bedroom is a place of quite a place of interest. The furniture which is contained within is very strange. It does not match the continental and modern atmosphere of the rest of the home. It includes a lot of out of place, out of style furniture, and oddly enough, it's very strange. But as you follow through the room, it's a scaled down version, as near as you can see, of a small apartment. There are more rugs laid out than would make sense, but at the door to the hallway, you've entered from the bathroom, so the door to the hallway is treated like some form of entryway. There's a refrigerator and a small apartment stove sitting to the right of the door. There's couches even further off on the opposite end of the room, kind of like making a small living room there. And then of course there's the bed, which is the bedroom. And of course there are several other end tables. There's a coffee table between the couch and two easy chairs. It's very strange. It seems as if someone's life has been condensed down into the small floor plan of this house's master bedroom.
Okay, I guess I'll try to do a listen check to see if I hear anyone, like, I guess kind of trying to hear maybe on, like, the other bedroom, hear if anyone is in there. If you
I mean,
want a
where's Pips
listen
going?
Pips is on the
Yeah,
first
everyone
floor
other-
with me.
Pips is
Oh,
in the
okay.
kitchen.
Yeah. If you want to listen check at the 56 under 65,
Nothing to hear.
I guess I just investigate the room. Definitely check under the rugs. I'll probably ask Pips to come investigate this room as well when I'm done, if I don't find anything.
Well, what are you looking at? Are you looking in the bed matches, the rest of the house, so it's very, it's a very clean sleigh bed and touch lamps on the desk, or are you looking in more of the furniture that does not belong?
All of it, really. Checking in any desk drawers. I'll check under the rugs. I'll check under the mattress, too.
Okay.
I guess we'll probably need a more thorough looking than most.
Very good, very good. Duncan,
You have a
do
black light?
you have not a black light? Well, Duncan,
You never need to look that thoroughly.
you have everything pulled. The packings, if you would.
Ah, the packing slip.
Can you send that to Can you send that to Henry as an initial here?
Nah.
I'll kill you.
Oh God. Well, he could in this game, and then in this context.
Please don't, because if he dies on the first floor, I'm most likely to follow being dead.
Mm-hmm.
Here you are, Zach. It's a packing. It's a packing slip.
Okay, should I read it aloud?
If you feel you would share the information with everyone else, you most certainly can.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, I guess after. Do I? I guess first, do I find anything else in this room?
No. This is really the only thing that you're going to find here. Yeah.
There's nothing under the multitude of carpets.
The carpets merely, denote like this is the entryway. This is the living room. This is.
Okay.
No, there's no dead bodies on the rugs. There'd be a.
No, I
lump
was
in the
thinking
rug
like
cover.
stains or something. Like blood.
Yeah.
No.
I guess Duncan, yeah, if you want to put this in the
Not
general
blood.
group chat,
Will do.
I'll
See
probably
it,
share
but
it with.
we can't read it, so you
Sure.
read.
Right. Sure. Diaz Transport Inc. packing slip. Pickup information. Company name from UC Sampson Astronomy Department. Contact Candace Lee. Is Candace Lee? Is that a name that we've heard before?
That's his ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I-
remember she picked up a packing slip recently.
I actually don't know
we
if
found out some information.
I don't know if we actually know that or not. That might have just been me metaing a little bit there. But it is his ex-wife.
No.
Spoilers.
Yeah. Well, no. We've
would've known.
gone over that.
Okay.
Because Kennedy and Henry know enough about him from psychological circles, I guess. And then I'm sure you guys know the Candaces. There is a Candace Lee or Candace Van Dyson, who was his wife. Is his ex.
Yeah, it's special instructions pack. The special instructions pack entire office contents in computers etc. Key supplies. Leave boxes in room to right of entrance. Payments. Cash payment in advance. Signed by Candace Van Dyson. Maybe. Unless we think that was Dr. Van Dyson's signature. I don't know if we have a handwriting sample or something. But I guess I'll show that to the others.
It's something that will.
You're on a heck of a path there, Zach. But unfortunately, you're right. You have no handwriting sample, absolutely no way to go any further with this
Right.
half of the
There are
card.
records that I could access that have examples of writing signing off on something.
But this is definitely something we should wait
Yeah,
until
I
we
get that
leave.
idea. Go to Diane to
Yeah.
see if she can find a signature. And then we can
Pips?
go to her.
My question is, it said that it was dropped off in the room to the right of the entrance. So is that saying the den, or is that saying like dining
No.
area? / living room?
Because that slip says it was delivered to what I assume is Candace Lee's actual house.
Oh,
So I don't think that's
Okay.
delivered here. I think that's delivered somewhere else.
okay.
So we would have to go and visit her apartment, etc., etc. The fact that the slip is here, I actually don't know if the slip itself. This is Duncan Schneider. I don't think the slip itself is important. I think the fact that the slip is here is important, because how long ago did they divorce Connor?
It's been a
A
couple.
while, I thought.
Couple of years. So he must be like stealing things from her. Well, actually, I don't know. This might actually just be from a few years ago. I didn't see if there was a date on it.
It
When-
only says the date is Wednesday.
Wednesday. So and never mind. I also, why the fuck would he steal a packing slip? Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking
Well,
about.
the packing slip was in one of the drawers. So.
It just seems weird that the packing slip would be here if what it was supposed to be attached to was delivered to a different location. That's all that I found odd about it. All right.
Drop
Yeah, I'll
me.
check with Diane to find a handwriting sample, but we can go to someone else.
Hang on.
Everything okay, Emily?
I dropped one, I picked up a new set, and then I dropped that one.
All right. So that's what Zach investigated.
I'm back with dice.
Any luck with what you found, Diane?
I don't know. Good question. What is on this computer, Connor? I really need to play an uncomfortable, like, suburban mom in a Call of Cthulhu adventure that basically just talks like this.
Oh, do you guys
The
got
whole
any
time.
tacos? I love tacos with a corn tortilla.
Tacos? I
This is
love
it.
tacos.
This wouldn't be frightening the whole time, would it be?
No, of course not.
Oh,
Of course
so
not.
Oh,
out
what
of
are you
my
talking about?
comfort zone, but I just have to find. I just have to know what happened to my little Jimmy.
What do
Look
I
at all
find?
those children.
What do I find?
All right. Well, you find Van Dyson's. Oh, so can't read it from the book. Have to read it from the supplement. Okay.
Okay.
Emily, as you search through his computer, you discover a copy of the Necronomicon. You reach through the computer screen, grab it, pull it out. Amazing.
Not quite.
Oh, not quite.
Well, of course,
Drake was touching his mic. It's fine. What's going on?
So within the study, there's a couple of things to note. There's of course a very modern computer on one of those sharper image desks, glass top, frosted lights, all that kind of stuff. Very minimally decorated. There's just kind of a touch lamp. Off to the side, there's a filing cabinet, which is just a normal gray filing cabinet, probably brought it from the office. And then there's another desk off to the side. It's got an ink blotter on it, another touch lamp, a much more comfortable looking chair. Along the back wall, there's some bookcases that are full of both psychiatric textbooks as well as personal novels. The man seems to like action novels, John Grisham and the like, as well as a few other various and sundry classics, Jack Kerouac, John Updike, the usual. But anyway, it's up to you if you'd like to try and crack into the computer first, or if you'd like to search some other thing, if you'd like to search through any of his files or anything like that.
I think I'm going to set up whatever hack I need to like download the data that we're looking for or find new information, download it, and then wipe it, and get that process started so that I can look through any physical files.
All right, so a computer use to start us off here.
She does have the password already, though, right?
I wish I had a dice cam. I rolled a 4. I shit you not. My green dice, the green set, is like
Very, very, very hot. It's okay, because all this good luck that we're getting now during the investigation, when we come to actually fighting the guy, we're all going to fail all of our rolls and we'll all die. So
exactly.
at least we get it now when it doesn't matter, instead of later at a critical moment.
Yep.
We'll know everything. We just won't be able to tell anyone else about it.
Well,
Yes.
Drake and I already know
I rolled
everything.
a 4.
Drake and I already know everything.
Except for Kennedy. Kennedy carries on the campaign.
Kennedy carries on the campaign. All 4 of us come back to just watch Ian do the rest of the campaign as Kennedy, and that's just the end of the campaign. Is Ian, and we all just have to sit here and watch silently.
Well, the good news is you do in fact, with the hard success, you do make it onto the local computer. So you may take a look into any of his office products that you like: his Word, his Excel, his Outlook, his PowerPoint.
His PowerPoint. Number 1, how to be a Cthulhu wizard. In this presentation.
I do want to check his emails really quickly to see if there's anyone he's been conversing with about Cthulhu mythos related things specifically.
Well, how grand that you did.
Okay.
Well, in his emails.
In his emails, you find correspondences with several rare book dealers between here and DC.
Oh, Christ. Like, she actually says that as she's looking at this.
And you find John Dee's Necronomicon
You're kidding.
has been asked for, but up until this point, no book dealer has been able to get his hands on that or any of the other requested, including the Book of Ebon or Unersprechliche Kult, the German edition of Unspeakable Cults.
Oh, God.
I think that's what
I'm pretty sure it's Unspeakable Cults, yeah.
It is.
Cults in English.
Spreche is speak. Sprecht.
Unaussprech.
And I wonder what Culten is, and wonder what Culten means.
German edition of Unspeakable Cults. You find all of those have been asked for, but he has not been able to find out.
Okay.
So
That's good.
he'd be in a much worse state if he'd read the Necronomicon. It's like a D20 of sanity.
He would.
Yeah. I'm going to...
Cornelius read the Necronomicon. He reads it regularly.
Oh, God.
He rolled the D20, and he got a 1.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I begin looking through some of the other information on his computer. I just start digging. Wherever would make the most sense to Diane.
Not a whole lot of anything else that's particularly relevant. That's it. Pardon me. It's, really only minor other evidence. You find a Word document where there's a listing of even more tomes.
Okay.
Strange. Well, you don't know that they're tomes, but you can see Liber Ivanis and some of the other fan favorites are listed on a Word document as things to keep an eye out for. So clearly, this is only just beginning to pollute his personal life. As of right now, he's really only practicing between 9 and 5 during business hours.
Okay.
So to speak. What do I say?
Duncan and Zach.
He has some saved. He has some saved PDF copies of credit card statements. And what you can glean from them is that he spends weeks at a time on vacation to rather mundane places. The DC suburbs.
What a vacation.
Suburban Alexandria. It's
Green Bay.
Those are just weird enough. Just weird enough that I'm going to keep a copy. I download a copy of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to begin to, is that the only real thing of note that I find?
That's the only other real thing.
Then I start the process of hacking in and downloading other stuff from the database.
Mm-hmm. So there is a fairly obvious, app that launches a VPN software that goes into that then creates the VPN tunnels to the center not too far away. What you're presented with is to start off is a gray box with a white flashing rectangle. And just give me a normal computer use roll.
You remember Duncan talking about our luck wearing off eventually?
Oh no.
Things going bad. I rolled a 99.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a Trojan.
Oh.
It's a Trojan.
She's really smart. It's not her fault. It's mine.
That's a critical failure. Though.
swear.
Wouldn't 100 be a critical failure?
100.
You can't get 100.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
You
the way we do it, Connor, we can get 100.
It's 90 plus 10.
90 plus 10.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you roll a 90 and then you roll a 0.
But a crit isn't just 100. There's usually.
Yeah, I mean, if I can look it up if you want to just go under the assumption that it is, I'll just look it up just to be sure. I don't.
I'm gonna try and look on the.
Because I know, like, didn't Emily the last time we played Pathfinder? Sorry for a bit of a tangent here. As Connor looks this up, didn't the last time we played Pathfinder, didn't we find out that there's no such thing as like a natural 20 nowadays?
There is for some. It depends on the thing.
Like for like
There's no-
5e
for
attack
Path-
roll with a nat
Yeah.
20 without skill checks.
You can critically hit by like rolling above a certain DC.
right, like rolling a
Rather
nat
than,
20 doesn't
20 itself.
like nat 20 isn't an automatic success like it used to be. Now it's like you get a 20, which is the best you could possibly add to your roll for Pathfinder at least.
It is for it is for like attack rolls in 5e. It is a crit success.
It is a crit success.
It depends on.
Because I know I think for 2e it's like in any scenario it's no longer a critical success, which I think is weird if you're going to keep a nat 1 as a critical failure. But whatever.
So if your skill is above 50, then yes, you fumble only on 100.
Okay,
And if your skill is less than 50, then you fumble between 96 and 100.
interesting.
'Cause
Okay.
My skill is way above 50.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I
I'm
had
not
to
okay.
check, and I had to see.
I
if
know.
she
I
caused
was
the computer to
scared.
fry.
I still am a little scared. It's fine.
So what I'm going to let you to do, because you're not under duress or anything like that, Van Dyson's clobbering up the stairs right now to be like one of those scary people in Carmen Sandiego word detective. We're going to let you push the roll.
What does that mean?
I mean, she can try it again.
Oh, wait.
Okay, this time I got a 50 something under 80. 56 under 80.
5600. Okay. You know that this is a revolving fob-based encryption. So somewhere there has to be a little plastic token with an LCD screen on it, and the numbers on it change every 30 seconds, and you have to type those numbers in order to verify security and VPN in. Hacking this by hand would take hours.
We don't have that plastic thingy, do we?
Not yet.
I
Try
begin searching the desk.
begin searching the desk. Okay, well the desk doesn't have any. The desk is one of those sharper image jobs. So there's keyboard.
Oh, okay, never mind. No drawers. Okay. I
no
searched
drawers.
the room.
There is a filing cabinet, bookshelves.
I start looking.
Okay.
So anyway, I start blasting.
So anyway, I start blasting. What do you want to check first?
The filing cabinet.
Filing cabinet. Okay. It's locked.
What kind of a lock does it use? Is it one that has like the lock in it?
Yeah, it's just an
Whatever.
upper lock, so there's a bar back there that drops into place or drops out. It's
I don't know what to do with that. So,
you could get a crowbar and you could brute strength on the side that has the lock. You'll leave a
could.
hell of a mark, but I think you'll be leaving a hell of a bigger mark on Van Dyson before the day is out.
that's true. Okay, I just fucking do it.
Okay.
I take my crowbar and I try to jam it into the part that needs to be broken. Is this
Okay.
strength?
This is a strength check against
37 under 70. So-
70.
Yeah, it's just a regular success, I think.
It is.
Maybe add a couple points of luck to that. Maybe make it a hard success. Maybe.
Yes.
You
I
need
mean,
to
it
just
is a hard
add
success.
2.
I know.
You do 2 that you give 2 luck and then you get down to 35. Is that what you're saying?
Yep,
Oh,
I did it.
boom! That bar gives way, drops down, and the thing slides right on out.
Okay.
There's not many files in here, but there is a file that's a little bit more open than most others. Lo and behold, he's an old-fashioned guy. He keeps the fob that he needs, doesn't keep it with him because he doesn't need it at work. He keeps it in a filing cabinet next to the desk.
That's what I was hoping.
Boom.
I take the fob, but I also want to look through the filing cabinet.
Okay. Household bills.
All of it? I have
Spot
library
hidden.
use.
There
Spot
go-
hidden?
Library.
Nope. 98.
Never
My
mind.
my library use is above 50. So
So it's not. I'm sorry, you push through. Again, you're not under duress. You push through.
she's being thorough. It's not a fail, but I mean it's not a like critical fail. I did roll a 71 over 60 though for library use.
It would have just been closed.
Okay. Yeah, she shuts the filing cabinet or begins to shut it and then realizes that it's basically broken open and she's like,
It goes in about
okay.
halfway, and then the track on one side wedges in halfway.
And
open.
she's like, oh dear. And then she just takes the fob and heads to the computer.
Sits back down. She waits for it to change, and the VPN tunnels on in. And
Okay.
Henry's about to like go in and talk to Diane, and he just hears
what
Diane
pops
doing
up
that.
is a windowed browser, or a windowed view of a PC at the institute, and it just asks you to put in his username and password.
And I already got it, so I do the thing.
Which you know is Van Logo, the same which you know is Van Logo,
Mhm.
the name of his business and his license plate. for the
Yes.
food. So you log in, and there's the same thing you saw there yesterday. All of the files.
I hook up my other hard drive that I bought, and I start downloading shit. I start
start dumping.
blasting.
And I start blasting. So again, it's it's about 11:30, 12 now. Current time on it's about 4.5 hours. All of those hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to transfer over.
Mhm.
So that's done with you. Dr. Pips, I believe you're in the kitchen.
I am in the kitchen.
Wonderful, wonderful. And tell me what you're doing in the kitchen.
Well, the first thing that I'm going to be doing is I want to look in the fridge. I'm doing this to kind of confirm, going like, what does this person eat if they're considered a devourer? I want to see if there's food in the fridge, and if there is, I want to know what the expiration date is on the food. Because if it's like really expired or hasn't been opened, I can kind of assume that certain things are certain. And I also want to be looking to see how well used the oven and appliances are. And I want to see if there's anything left on the counters. Usually the kitchen is a place that people just like drop things, put notes, attach things with magnets to the fridge.
These are all excellent questions. The kitchen is, by its nature, quite messy.
Interesting.
It betrays the cleanliness and order of the rest of the house. Van Dyson is very clearly a man who enjoys cooking. You don't find any out of date things in the fridge. Quite the contrary. You find half-empty bottles of white wine. The milk is well within its expiration date. Eggs, vegetables, green onions, shallots, garlic. You find all the accoutrement of a gourmet's kitchen. The oven is very well used. Pans, pots, things like that are either hanging from the rack above the island, or they're in the sink waiting to be cleaned off. Yeah, everything here is
fairly standard.
yes, really, I mean, the man clearly cooks. In fact, there's plenty of leftovers in the fridge.
Yeah. Any sort of like just loose things or things attached to the fridge with magnets or something, like a grocery list or something like that.
Not attached to the fridge. It's a stainless steel job. There is a grocery list on the island, and it signifies most of the staying from the fridge, produce, bakery items.
I'm gonna pop my head around the corner a little bit to him because I'm assuming the agent is just sitting in the chairs in the dining room.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, Connor. I actually have something I want to be doing during this whole thing, but it's going to involve me just sitting in my chair anyway, so just so you're aware.
I'm just going to be asking him, is there anything in particular that I should be looking for or trying to search?
I wasn't here the whole time. What have you searched so far? So there's like upper cabinets, bottom cupboards. What's in the kitchen?
Upper cabinets, lower cabinets, refrigerator,
Sink.
stove, chest freezer.
Oh, chest freezer. Okay. Is it one of those ones that you pull out? Dishwasher.
trash
Okay.
compactor. He's got the full suite. Again, the man very much likes to cook.
Drake, did you check the dishwasher, the chest freezer, and Connor, did you say there was like a garbage, like a pull-out garbage in the island?
Well, it's not just pull out trash in the island. This guy's got a trash compactor,
Oh my!
so you know he's.
No, I checked.
So,
I checked the fridge to see if there are any dead heads in the fridge.
because it's like if you've checked the fridge, you've checked the freezer, you've checked the garbage, the trash compactor, you've checked the dishwasher, then you should be good.
You find no obvious human flesh in the refrigerator, or it's attached side by side.
Can I do that really obnoxious thing where I open every single cupboard and I leave all of them open?
Yeah, but only if you then turn around and hit your head on the corner of one, causing immense pain, like you always do.
I just want to see if there's anything that seems out of place, like things that wouldn't necessarily be in a kitchen or.
He Sherlock Holmeses it. He opens every door and then he stands back with his arms crossed and looks at it like, does this make a paint? Is this paint a portrait for me?
I was more thinking I open a cupboard and then I look in and I'm going like, everything looks good in here. So it doesn't close it, just moves on to the next one. Opens it and goes, everything looks good in here. Moves to the next one.
You know, I thought Professor Pips was bad.
Baby angel.
First he's a pyromaniac, then a kleptomaniac, and now he's an actual psychopath. Like, I mean, what's next? Serial killing?
I mean, I'd rather have doors open than close them again. If you come in, it's easier. Would you rather reopen every cupboard? Emily.
What? Oh, was that a bad sound? I'm sorry.
No, I saw your microphone just fall out, and I was like, Emily.
Oh no, I caught it with my beefy thighs, and then I readjusted, so we're good. Thanks, Beef.
Thank you, Emily.
Roll spot hidden, right?
Spot hidden.
Zach, I tell myself that every morning.
I got
Oh, me too. Of your
under
size.
20, so that's a hard success. Sorry, I got an 18 under 40. Sorry,
Hard
20.
success.
Yes.
You, of course, it was just a simple success. You find a note card holder. and it's it says favorite recipe, and there are recipe cards in it. With the hard success, you are picking through them, and you notice that a few of them have three little gold stars that are on them.
They're stickers too, not drawn.
These stickers.
Yes, taste.
Yes, he has little gold stickers. One is for a. Let's see here. The first is a pork-related dish. It is pig's broiled cerebellum stuffed with breadcrumbs and a white sauce. The other is a similar dish, a bovine or a cow's heart stuffed with peppers and onions. Very Italian-style preparation for heart. But not necessarily the cuts of meat that a normal person would buy from their butcher. A little bit of a Hannibal vibe, not gonna lie.
You
Little
said
bit.
there's
I'm sorry.
there were 3 stars, right?
Yeah, each one of these recipes has 3 stars put on it. This is delicious.
So there's the pork something, which is like the pork stuffed with bread. Then there's the cow heart that's done with
Pork.
the Italian. What's the third one?
It's pork
That-
brain stuffed with.
No. The 2 recipes that you don't.
Each
have
one
to
has
say
3
all.
star streak. Each one has
Each one
3
has-
stars.
Got it.
One of them is bovine is cow, and I can't remember what pig it is.
Pretty sure it's povine.
Porcine.
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 Anyway, pig's broiled cerebellum stuffed with breadcrumbs and white sauce. So that would be brain.
I mean, from
God.
from our meta perspectives, that's clearly his cannibal recipes, but I don't think that we would necessarily think that, even knowing that he eats people.
I pocket those 2. Actually, no. I grab all of his recipes. I'm sorry, I'm being a klepto. I'm stealing his recipes.
I grab all the expensive things off the shelf. This is all evidence.
I'm just going like,
Thieves! Breaking and entering. That ship has sailed. Moral ambiguity is out the window. We're planning to kill this man.
All right. Okay, so that's the kitchen.
Again, so you check the oven. The oven, is regularly used. You check the fridge. There's milk. There's heavy cream. There's other juices and vegetables and garnishment and cooking ingredients and everything, and leftover food. There's
Any
chest
meat
freezer.
in the
There's
fridge?
what?
Is there any meat in the fridge? Like prepackaged meat?
No, he said leftover meat, like leftovers.
Yeah, but
from...
is there any like prepackaged meat as a part of like the new ingredients?
What?
Does that make sense? Because he's
Yeah.
got a lot of stuff here. Like he's got a lot of produce.
Oh, like
But
does he
you
have
have any
like chicken breasts and steaks and things like
Or
that?
cow hearts or pig brains in his fridge.
No, not in the fridge. But again, that's you can keep it frozen until
is it in the
Yeah.
freezer?
you could check the freezers. You can check the side by side. You can check the
I
chest freezer.
check the freezer to see if there's meat in the freezer, and then I want to check to see what's in the garbage compactor.
What freezer are you looking
I'm looking at the freezer that's on top of the fridge, if there is one, or below the
Next-
fridge,
at? Next to the fridge.
next to the fridge.
I
and
hate
then
fridges
will
like
also
that,
be
by the
going
way.
to the box.
The chest freezer. In
Yes.
the first freezer, no, it's there's ice cream in there. Delicious things, some frozen fruits, and whatnot, saved for like some compotes, jams, and jellies. And you go to the chest freezer then.
Yes.
Okay. So in the chest freezer, upon opening it up, there's a tray that goes along the top, and kind of a mesh thing. That is large assortment of frozen vegetables, some frozen steaks, cuts of filet mignon, some chicken breasts, things like that.
Can I lift that top part to see if there's anything underneath it?
Yes, you can.
I will.
Dear. Like
I'm-
Connor's face.
I know. Okay. When Connor was looking down, I could see him smile as I asked the question. I could see his face raise. I just know with my character being like wanting to know the truth and wanting to like uncover things, I know this will end badly for me, but I know this is what my character would do.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Welcome to this game.
Indictment, judge, jury, and execution.
Okay, this does sound like a big moment. So you should RP it, Drake. You should be like,
Oh well, there is some chicken and some steak here, so it does say that he does actually cook real meat. But this freezer looks deeper than it should be. I wonder if there's anything under this first level of stuff. I grip it and I lift it up, and I see
2 arms, a headless torso with no legs, all individually wrapped in nice plastic butcher bag.
Can I scream?
You can scream as you roll sanity.
guys, there's nothing in here. It's just an armless, legless corpse.
Well, the torso is armless and legless, but the arms.
Yeah, I know.
The legs are gone.
Okay,
The
so I
legs
have a
the
37
head's not there.
sanity, right?
Your
No.
sanity's only 37.
What's your max sanity, Drake? Because we've restored it back to full once or twice.
40. 40 is my max sanity. I have to put 40 in power.
Okay, that's really bad.
I'm aware. I told you I built my character incorrectly.
My
Um,
sanity's 36.
What? Why do you guys have such shit sanity? That's such an important skill.
It kind of is.
Mine's 45, so at least wait. I also didn't make a very smart choice.
So anyways, I rolled a
Wait, Zach,
92.
what's yours? Zach, what's your sanity?
70. Why am I
Zach's
Rolling
the-
92.
the only sane one?
All right, so
I rolled a 92.
so
to
Drake
my
fails.
40.
This isn't.
You fail miserably your sanity check.
Yes.
Dead bodies aren't too bad. Dead bodies are usually only like.
4 plus 1.
Ah, fuck.
It's what?
Dead
What did
bodies
you
have
say?
been eaten, Duncan.
Yeah, I get it.
4 plus 1.
And
Okay.
it might be the doctor. It might be the professor that he knows and works with.
You have no way to know who it is.
So
He
I rolled
might
a 2
recognize that torso.
plus 1, so that's 3. I take 3 sanity then?
That is 3, correct.
Okay.
So you're not no indefinite bouts of sanity.
But Drake, so what you should do is mark it to where you are right now, and that way we know, because it's what is it, an hour, Connor? Is it if you lose 5 in under an hour?
Right, if you lose 5
Outside of combat, it's 5 under an hour.
that's a bout of madness, but again, we're about noon here, and
All right, Drake, you scream.
Yes. The main thing is I want other people to see this.
You scream.
the manly.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
Drake, you scream.
Manly.
Wow.
Ah!
I come rushing over. Like I jump up from my spot, my gun at the ready, and I rush over and I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, "What's Drake? What's your character's first name? He's the one character I don't have the full name for.
July.
What is it?
July.
That's right. I've literally never called you July. Okay, July. What's
Yes.
wrong? What's happened?
There's dead bodies.
Raggy, there's a red. I look into the chest, and I'm incredibly disheartened to see on the torso's chest of an all too familiar tattoo. It's a heart, Rod and Todd. My God, it's Rod Stewart's former lover, Todd Pewart. All right, Connor. So I see the body in the freezer. He's dropped the mesh, but I lift it back up and I steel myself. And I lift the mesh up.
Yeah, well,
It's up to you. I don't.
a mangled corpse is not new.
Yeah, but it's up to you because I don't actually have like the soldier perk. Like if you're like a former soldier, you get like a perk that means you don't lose sanity at seeing bodies.
Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, right. It's entirely up to you what you want to do.
Just take the base.
Just the one? Yeah, so I'll just take one. So I take a point of sanity. And I sort of like, I gently lower the mesh and I put the top back down. I sort of I grab Pips and I kind of lead him back over to the island. And I sit him down like in one of the stools. And I'm just like, all right. Okay, it's okay. It's all right. We have confirmation of our gravest fears.
I also pull out the 2-starred recipes and go like, this is for people, isn't it?
I take a look at the two of them, and as soon as I see like Pig Brain, Cow Heart, I kind of just like I take them and I put them into my own jacket pocket, and I go, "No, I'm sure they're just recipes." He's a great cook.
The world is a nice, friendly place.
People don't eat people. It's an accident. This guy tripped and fell into the freezer. Okay, so I assume by this point Diane and Henry have at least begun their descent down here. So So I turn for Professor Pips and I sort of like calmly but firmly say, whoa, don't open the chest freezer. Don't open the chest freezer. All right. I walk over to it myself. I open it up. I take the mesh out and I'm going to just set it down on top of the island. And then I close the chest freezer again. And I say, all right, I just want to make sure we're all prepared for what we're about to see. All right, Henry, Diane, July. We know this man eats people. I think up until this point, we hadn't realized that he actually eats people. I think we just thought there was some sort of supernatural thing going on. But that's not the case. In this chest is a body. Whether or not you wish to see it is entirely up to you. But it does give us full confirmation that Dr. Van Dyson is killing and eating people.
I believe you guys. I don't.
But this leaves us at a crossroads. Before we make any decisions, I want to ask Henry, what have you uncovered on your searches?
Mainly the bedroom. It seemed like it was filled with. It was almost like a mini apartment just in the bedrooms themselves. I found this packing slip.
What do you mean a mini apartment?
Like the bedroom, it had a bed, it had sofa, coffee table. I forget if there's a fridge in there too.
Was that the master bedroom or the guest bedroom?
There's a little fridge.
Is that the master bedroom or the guest bedroom?
That's the master. No one's been into the guest.
Interesting. All right.
Why would there need to be a separate apartment upstairs for this one person who lives alone?
I'm not sure. I did find this packing slip. I pulled that out. Diane, I wanted to check to see. Have you found anything with Van Dyson's handwriting? I wanted to check to see.
This basically confirmed. I mean, the presence of all her stuff upstairs and the dead body. I mean, this confirms A to his ex-wife.
Well, yeah. I'm just gonna. I sort of. My initial assumption. Sorry to interrupt you, Henry. My initial assumption is that room is where he perhaps locks his victims before he kills them, potentially. It's interesting that you found that packing slip. What did you say you wanted to ask Diane about it?
Oh, just the
If
signature.
I
It was
found
signed
any
by
examples of his writing.
mainly
I'm
his
downloading a
signature.
bunch of-
It was signed by Candace, his ex-wife, and I'm guessing the signature was him.
Yeah, there are billing documents upstairs. I'm sure that the bills have examples of his handwriting on them. I am more concerned about the master bedroom, and no one's been in the guest bedroom yet, so I'm gonna go upstairs and ignore the fact that there is a corpse in that freezer.
Please stick together. We do not need people going alone right now.
Yeah, if
I'll go with you.
Before
the one Call of Cthulhu scenario where there's not a basement level with something labeled rituals.
Hey, Zach, could you try disconnecting from Discord and reconnecting? Your feed's been really stuttery for a little while.
Okay.
Like to a point where I can't hear you all the time. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Now that Zach's gone, we can... Oh.
Oh, shit. Oh, God.
Oh, Zach's back.
I love you, Zach. I'm glad you're
nothing.
back.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that fixed it for the most part.
Henry,
Okay.
Henry and Diane walk upstairs
Well,
to look in that first room.
Well, before we split off again, I did want to talk about because I've been sitting on the couch, but I did mention I wanted to be doing something during that, and I wanted to make sure it was okay with Connor if I did what I was going to do. So my idea was I wanted to quickly do just a walkthrough of the whole building, not investigating the rooms, just seeing what rooms are there, so that I get a good idea of the full layout, right? And then I just wanted to see if I could roll like an idea roll or like some other kind of roll about where he might hide a body or some sort of supernatural artifacts. That was all I wanted to do. Obviously, we've already found a body, but I still wanted to just... because that was what I wanted to do before all this stuff with the body happened. Can I roll an idea roll, or what should I do to just kind of... I'm not investigating. I just want to think, where would I want to hide something, or where would be a good place to focus our efforts for the search, based on what I know about Van Dyson.
Sure.
Dang it. My roll was a 75 under 85, so it's a success, but it's not... I was expecting at least a hard, so... Okay.
Well, Van Dyson is a psychiatrist.
Yes.
So he is a medical doctor.
Right.
And he is capable of dismembering a corpse. You can't... it would be unlikely that he would leave a body out to stink up the place with the smell of decomposing flesh. He's just going to dump it right in. He's going to put it right in. He's going to take the legs off or whatever he needs to make it fit in the bottom of the freezer. He's going to put it in the freezer.
All right.
Before...
Well, wait, Drake, just wait one sec.
Well,
Anything else, Connor? Or is that it? I feel like I didn't roll very well, so that's fine. I mean, you know what I'm asking, so... So it's I think it's fair.
The most not suspicious place to put anything would be the room which looks like it's never touched ever, which is the guest bedroom.
Right. Okay.
Or perhaps if he has any books, someone could perhaps library use the bookshelves and study.
All right. So that didn't. So none of that was any worth. So sorry for wasting everybody's time. All right, Drake. What did you want to say?
I was just going to be asking Diane if during any of her looking into the knowledge of his appointments and his thing, if he's invited any struggling guests over to his house to do some of that emotional comparison. What's it called when empathy?
Nope. He has a special room on the top floor of the Van Dyson Institute that he does not do that.
Oh, I just didn't know if that was his way of like bringing people
I hadn't
to his house.
I hadn't really looked through any of his records other than his emails, and then I started downloading stuff.
And then the screen, because it all happened relatively recently. It was like 10 minutes of investigation tops. All right. So Diane, you said you're going to go and investigate the guest bedroom with Henry.
Yeah.
And this is just a hunch. If there's anything hidden here, because as of yet it seems as though we haven't found anything particularly useful. Never mind. Why the fuck did I just say that? We found a corpse. Never mind. Okay. If there's anything, it's likely to be in his den, which you've already investigated.
We haven't checked the guest bedroom.
Or the guest bedroom. Those are the two places I would suggest.
I just said the guest bedroom.
I know. I was just trying to
Oh,
RP.
dear God, would someone go up to the guest bedroom?
I was just trying to RP the idea that Connor gave me. That's all I was trying to do. I knew you already said you were going to go there.
There you RP in a role play.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
For the love of God.
Guys, I'm sorry.
I'm impatient. I want to go do the thing.
I know you do.
Diane, do the thing.
Okay. Do the thing. Score the points. We go upstairs.
Julie, do the thing.
Julie. We're not using the safe word. I'm not being
Julie,
devoured. Okay,
Julie.
I go upstairs to the master bedroom first with Henry.
Oh wait, before that. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I'm done.
Okay, so you go to the master
She walks
bedroom
in and looks around and is like, "Okay, so you weren't shitting us. This is literally a second apartment set up in this guy's home."
I wouldn't be shitting you. Yeah.
He says, "I wouldn't be shitting you." Yes,
shitting
is-
you, yeah.
yes.
I wouldn't
And
be
you also
shitting
notice the
you.
furnishings that make up everything but the master bed. So everything that's been added in accessory and sundry also does not match the style of furniture in the rest of the house. The contemporary
Look feminine.
Eames chair, yeah, something a woman would like. Pottery barn, fake distressed country. White wood.
Right, there a computer in here? It said, I want to look at the slip, right? When I look at the slip and, like, some of the stuff it describes, I look at the stuff in the room to see if it matches. Because it talked about packing up computers, too, which was confusing.
Well, the slip does. This is a receipt. The slip does.
Oh,
There's not a packing manifest.
okay. I look at Henry and I say, okay, this is weird. How about we go to the guest bedroom now and find out whatever the hell is happening
Go.
there, I guess.
I opened the door.
The room is quite unremarkable. It
A
has
relief?
what?
That's a relief. Like Diane says, that's a relief as they walk in, and it's
Again, it's a very similar, kind of those mushroom-looking-ish touch lamps from the early aughts. A single twin bed, but again, it's not anything particular of remark about it. Just has a comforter, pillow, duvet that kind of goes down to not duvet, but the thing that goes down to the floor so you can't see what's underneath it. That sort of thing.
is there
Maybe he's getting some-
night lamp or something? Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you let that sneeze out, Connor. You sneeze that snot right out your
Yeah,
snoot.
rip it.
Let it rip it and rip it, brother.
Let that freak flag.
Let your flea.
It was my mom telling me that either I need to take a break to put new sheets on my bed, or I need to put the sheets on my bed themselves.
Okay,
I
whatever.
would make
In any
my own
case,
bed.
thank you. Is there like a nightstand or anything to like look for in this room?
Yeah, there's a nightstand, there's the bed, and there's a small.
Yeah, I wanna.
I'll check under the mattress.
chest
Yeah, I
of
want to
drawers.
start looking and stuff. I'm gonna look.
Up end the room.
We
Well,
upended?
not upend, but yes, dig. We're gonna dig. Dig a
There's
ton,
nothing
dig,
under
dig,
the
ton.
mattress. There's
You'll
nothing
dig,
between
I'll
the bed
upend.
frame and the mattress. You open up drawers and stuff. I mean, it's a guest bedroom, so there's nothing in the drawer on the bedside table. There's nothing in the drawers for the dresser. It's all purely for someone staying to put their stuff. Under the bed, however, you find one thing. It's a large mahogany case about 4 feet long. It's very narrow, not very tall, it's long.
Okay. I take the case out from under the bed and I look at Henry and I go, "Are we gonna open? No.
I think we're gonna open it. I open it.
Okay."
Inside is a black ebony cane with a silver. It's an artistic eagle-ish kind of thing. The wings are outstretched straight back, which makes the length of the handle, and there's a beak on the end of it.
Try to pull it to see if it is a sword cane.
Hey, Drake.
Yes.
It is
Giant nerd.
not a sword cane, but here's the weird thing. The metal on the end of it should be cold, shouldn't it? No one's been touching this thing, right? It's warm. Cane is warm. It's warm all over.
Freaks me the fuck out.
champagne is warm. Don't like that.
Nope. Nope. Affirmative. Not a fan. Do we want to bring this downstairs? Do we want to put it back in the package? Do we want to hide it? I have no idea what's going on. What?
However you think is safest.
I set it back in the box
Keep it in
and
the
gingerly
cave.
close it. I think we should show this to our friend in the suit downstairs. This is above my pay grade.
Agreed.
Okay.
Connor, can you have Diane roll a luck roll to make sure that she doesn't fall down the stairs and accidentally trip and break the staff? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
It's a residential staircase and there's railings.
Yes.
Okay,
I
if
walk.
even
I
the
tread
railing-
carefully.
Would I be able
You
to?
bring the case down.
Okay. As they're exploring, I do have one thing that I want Professor Pips and I to do, if this is okay with you, Drake. What were you going to say? Did you have something you wanted to do in the break too?
I was thinking. I know that we're supposed to gather all the information we can from this house,
Mhm.
and so I was thinking it would be a good idea to finally use my library use skill and try to grab some important or valuable books.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Library use.
Oh no, I just meant you can go ahead and do that. Connor's the one who has to tell you what you're looking at. Sorry,
I know.
I didn't mean to be
I got a critical.
You got a critical?
I got a 1. It's 0, 0, and a 1.
Oh shit.
You find the Necronomicon. It wasn't even here. You just conjured it out of existence.
I'm sure this was a waste of a 1.
Well, I want it is, but I want it rewarding. All these freaking criticals are getting left and right. It's disgusting. So you begin scanning over his. You're in his study.
Okay.
And you go through all with the critical. You go through everything. So you go through the filing cabinet, and you find things that that Diane missed, which is not only are these Van Dyson's bills, but these are final bills in the name of Candace Lee for shutting off all manner of utilities and pending a lease for an apartment. You also scroll through the bookshelves, and the books themselves aren't really out of place or even, but you do find appearing behind some of the books is a folio, an accordion file. And within this are Van Dyson's final private patient notes. And the insights within them are truly horrifying as they reveal the Mad Doctor's actual intentions. His empathetic therapy simply went as far as modern science could provide, modern pharmacology. But the notes that you have as his final words on matters of each one of these patients, who look back through the records and find disappeared, deceased under a certain time, is that he thought the only way to truly empathize with a patient was to become them. And not simply become them. He then stages a release to return to their lives and experience for himself their triggers and stresses and families and wives and children and jobs and everything else. And he lives their lives for a couple of years and can then finally understand the root cause of their psychosis. He then starts acting crazy, relapses, and stages an unfortunate suicide, while telling the rest of the staff that they've been released again, never to return.
lines up with all the vacations, I'm sure.
Hard to... I mean, the insanity of it being... Yes, now you understand and you can help them with their problems completely because you have complete and total understanding. But you've already eaten them. What a shame.
If only we had a necromancer.
But anyway,
Raising the dead
those
is
are his
really,
private-
really, really
private-
hard.
private patient notes that are not kept in digital copy, are not kept at the facility. Those are just for him.
So we don't even need the guy's patient stuff anymore. Yes, Drake, what's up?
What did you want to do with me?
I'm literally, this is really easy to just RP super quick. I take the body parts, put them on the island while everybody is out of the room. I pull out my iPhone first generation, no flashlight, but it still can take pictures. And I just take pictures of the body parts. Then I'm going to put them back in the freezer, put the mesh over the top of it, close the freezer, attempt to return the kitchen to the way it was. And I put all of the recipes back on the recipe thing except for the ones with the gold stars, which I hold on to. And so I fix up the kitchen. My fingerprints are over it, so if there was actually a police investigation,
You
nothing
close
would
all
happen.
the cupboard doors.
But I have an idea on how I personally want to end this. That I think we should make it so that doesn't matter. All right, so once I've done all that, I wait for the trio of fuckers to come back.
The trio of fuckers.
These motherfuckers.
The two motherfuckers come back down from downstairs. Come back down from upstairs. Down the downstairs.
What do you got there in your hands, laddie? Is that a shamrock? Is that a shamrock and a Guinness?
We found the fucking shillelagh. It's fine.
We found the shillelagh. Shillelagh.
found the shillelagh.
All right, so I
I
t-
come down and I explain what I found in the folio to everyone. Kind of as
Thank
just
you.
wow.
information.
Thank you for the folio information. So this staff, we set it on the island and we open it up. And I look at it, I take one look at it and I say, oh boy! That is, oh wee doggy! That is definitely a staff. And there's no way to tell. This isn't like D&D. I can't cast detect magic on it.
Could I do a praise?
You certainly could.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Because a price doesn't just need to be monetary value. It can also just be what it's from, what it's made of.
I mean, I could either do a praise or archaeology. I'm good with both of those.
Let me...
Professor Pips coming in clutch with that history knowledge.
My real use, finally in use.
All right, I take the staff and I swing it around and I trip. And as I trip, I accidentally garble out some jumbled words that just so happen to be the exact summoning requirements for the great worm Rolim Shakath, my favorite Cthulhu monster.
Rolim Shikov.
Yeah, that's the one that we summoned in the old games.
Let's see. Allows dating and identification of artifacts from past cultures, the detection of fate. And then a bunch of stuff about technically actual archaeology. Set up a dig site where there's a phrase used to estimate the value of a particular item, including quality, material used, workmanship, their relevance, scope, and pinpoint the age of the item, and assess its historical relevance and detect forgeries. So I'm thinking it's going to be a phrase.
Go ahead and roll, Drake.
While he's observing it, I go up to Mr. Stewart and or Agent Stewart.
I got a 20 under 50, so that's a hard success.
That would be a hard
And I
success.
mention it's warm somehow,
Warm, you saying?
warm, and it's been sitting in a box under a bed.
I feel it
But
myself.
It's warm.
I feel it myself. I notice the warmth.
I too noticed the warmth.
I grasp the rod with two hands. My God, it's warm.
Wait, what's the song that plays during the clay scene in Ghost? Is it Only Time?
No,
It's
it's
something
not.
else.
It's something else.
Oh, my love.
All right, Drake. Drake, let's praise.
I think he's
what now?
I told you my numbers that I got for the appraise.
Yes. Very good, very good. So you can pretty much tell everything about this. It is a 18. That'd be 1700s, right? Yes. Or is someone going to confirm that?
What are we confirming?
Thank you, Zach.
18th century, yes, 1700. So it is a late 18th century walking stick
Okay.
of English descent.
What?
Topper is an eagle, which lots of them were made out of animals. There's no particular significance. It is, however, solid sterling silver, which is quite expensive. This would have been the cane of an English gentleman. And more to the point, the shaft itself is Ceylon ebony. So something we brought back from the colonies, let's see. In essence, Indian ebony, which is what gives it its very fine black sheath. And there's, of course, a sterling silver cap down for actually hitting the floor. Antique, quite expensive. If someone were to be purchasing this at an auction. But again, as to the warmth about it, and why it would be warm, you cannot say.
Professor Pips, what do your elven eyes see about this artifact?
I can tell that it came that it's for the Englishmen. It's for someone of a higher esteem.
Harumph?
Harumph, harumph.
I explained the details to them. I'm gonna get incorrect about the.
I know. That was the reason I asked you. I was hoping you'd be like, it's got like a falcon on the top. It's made of like birchwood or something.
Okay, I do know that it's what, ebony you said?
Yeah.
Ceylon.
All right. I take the staff. I hold it up, and I turn to my three companions and I say, "We're never going to know exactly what this staff does. The four of us do not have enough knowledge to uncover the secrets this staff holds. I think, based purely upon where you found it and this warmth, we can assume there is something strange about this staff. Luckily for us, we don't actually have to figure out what this staff holds. We have someone who can help us out with
Seems
that."
like a Schnelling question.
Exactly.
It's not a chemical reaction.
What'd
Let's
you s-
put it in the car now.
uh,
Before this whack job cannibal comes back. How
That
about
sounds- that
Because
sounds like
I
a-
don't want to use it.
That sounds like a brilliant plan, Miss Walker. I will bring the staff out to the car. I'll unlock the side door. That way we can get in and out as we see fit. I immediately go and do that. I go and put the staff in the back seat of the car. Actually, I put it in the trunk.
Anywhere you put it's fine.
And then I come back and
I don't think there's too much more for us to do in the house except for finishing up the downloading.
yeah.
And waiting to murder a cannibal.
So I turn to the group and I say, we have a lot of
What
information
am I,
now.
Hannibal Lecture over here?
What is our plan for dealing with Dr. Van Dyson? Gentleman and lady.
Ambush. I'm not sure if we would be able to bring him alive to Schnelling. I think
I have no idea.
Schnelling would want us to dispose of him
Well, if we were
unless we think we can get any information out of him.
if we were able to gather all the information that we can from the house, we could trap him in fire and burn him.
Miss Walker?
I'm just saying this, like we could cover his entryway with gasoline and then be hiding around a corner with a trail that we light with a stick.
Maybe we knock him out and then we burn him. Okay.
Okay.
So, I just want to make sure we're clear here. Two of you say that burning him does seem like a good choice. One of you is advocating for capture.
I will always advocate for capture. I think we should be capturing him first. I'm just saying, if need be, he's killed a lot of people. He's definitely inhuman.
My
Henry
Also,
you
people-
recall more clearly as you were on the phone. You recall Schnelling's instructions, which were to deal with Van Dyson and
Yeah,
bring-
fuck the Schnell.
and bring Damon to him alive.
Yeah, fuck the Schnell.
So the alive was only put on one
On
person.
Damon, right? I don't think
Uh,
we'll get much information out of this guy.
Emily, what were you gonna say?
I don't even remember.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
don't even remember.
I think
Mine's
I
guarded by all the cut up dead bodies.
I actually completely agree. I think even if we were to capture him and try to bring him back, our best course of action is to burn down the house. We've done a thorough search, but we can't know for sure if there are other things hidden. And as part of my department, it's my job to make sure those things never fall into the public hands. I believe burning down his house is the right course of action.
We also have to keep in mind that he's capable of casting spells, I guess.
You don't know that.
We
How?
You were not cast a spell.
Oh, you're right.
and what in that like in that s-
You don't know that he can do any more than consume likeness, and you,
Okay.
for your part, believe that the magics that you're talking about have such tremendous preparation.
and that's
to prevent somebody
And-
to take down their
Okay.
form. You don't know anything about.
and that's what I said earlier too. Like
I couldn't remember.
my limited knowledge, I don't think there are such Harry Potter spells, but there are. I just don't know that.
Kennedy had his mind altered, but he didn't remember it.
Yeah,
And
we never.
Yeah, we never found out.
I think that what
I have a hell of a headache. I'm going back to Arkham.
I think what Miss Walker and Professor Pips have suggested is our right course of action. I think we either knock out or attempt to kill the man, perhaps setting a trap, and then we burn down the house. At least it's not on our conscience. He's clearly a madman, kills and eats people. I believe that's our best course of action, personally. Are there any disagreements in killing and burning down Mr. Van Dyson's home with the man inside of it, either alive or dead? If we burn the house down with him inside of it as well, then the police will assume it was an accident and he died at his home.
There
You have
are
that
a lot
rope,
of
right?
Historical things in this house, though.
Is the stove a gas stove? We could say it was like a gas.
Exactly.
He is a gourmet.
Take care of it.
Of course, it's a gas.
Connor, you
How
did-
can we best prep to knock him out and capture him?
I don't know. I don't.
I had a handgun.
I couldn't. I can't. I can't remember as a keeper what it's like to kill another person in the game. Like I don't know how hard it is.
Well, I mean,
He's
he
been
is
through
a
the garage door.
he has, I mean, a Cthulhu wizard has magic points, but he doesn't have any more hit points.
I think one of
You
us should
sit
hide
and
in the
wait to
garage. I think that one or two of us should hide in the garage. And then when he enters in through the door, 2 people should go behind him and 2 people should go in front of him so that he's pigeonholed. And we
Okay.
can attack.
So we're saying one person hides in the garage, one person hides on the first floor, and 2 people hide like upstairs.
You
Oh.
froze.
No, I was just saying
You said 2.
one
you said
person in the
person
garage,
hides in
one on the first floor, 2 on the second floor. Is that what you're suggesting, or?
No, I think we should all be there to attack him.
Oh, okay,
I said 2 in the garage, 2 on the first floor.
gotcha.
We
All right.
want to find a way to, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
I
wanna put down like marbles in front of the garage door. Or... got hours home alone.
we electrify the doorknob. We put a paint can on a string. I don't know. I don't have it. I honestly I'm racking my brain. I can't think of traps or setups. I'm really like hitting a brick wall of like how to kill this guy. I'm sorry.
We could
2 in the garage, 2 on the first floor. Who has guns?
I have a gun. Drake has a gun.
I have a gun.
Drake,
I
what's your percentage to hit with a gun?
I have a 40% to hit with a pistol.
I have a 50% to hit with a gun.
Sorry, a handgun.
I mean, it sounds like our best. What we're planning to do is just jump him.
You guys should
Yeah.
shoot him. I think that one of us should shine one of our flashlights in his face. between Henry and I, because we don't have guns. We have other weapons that we can use to arm ourselves, but I think we should find other ways to make him. I don't know. Does he have an air horn?
Sure. Henry and Stuart.
Does he have a rape horn?
An air horn.
Yeah, I know, but in Arrested Development.
You know what? Okay, Arrested Development quote. Okay. I want to find something that would make a really, really loud, painful noise.
If he doesn't lock his vehicle, which I know a lot of people don't when they park in a garage, they don't automatically lock their vehicle. If someone were to sneak into his car, they could honk the horn to startle him.
That's true.
I don't know if that's worth. I don't know if that's worth giving up somebody just to sit in his car and honk the horn.
But Zach and I don't have guns.
That's true. I don't know.
You have to have blunt instruments, don't you? Can't you clock a guy in the back of the head with an aluminum softball bat?
Okay, so I will hide in the garage.
Flashlights and a baseball bat.
Okay, so Emily and
I will hide in the garage.
okay.
Who's the best at hiding?
I have a 40-something stealth.
I have a 50 stealth.
Because I don't have any stealth. Well, sorry,
Yeah,
I do. I have a 20 stealth.
So Henry and Pips can be inside the dining room, whatever that room is, and then Stuart and Anne in the garage. So it is one person with a gun on each side.
So that way, when we both fire, we both miss. We hit each other.
Exactly.
Hey Connor, what's this?
The gun should be firing from the same side.
Right, so they can hit the people on the other side of it.
I don't know what to do.
I think no.
Okay.
I think this is a good plan. Let's just stick with this. This was our first idea. I think this is our best plan. And if we fail, we fail. That's how Call of Cthulhu works. Connor, what is this guy's build? I'm looking up gun rules right now.
He has a build of 1.
Okay. So Drake, because you also have a gun, this is important for us. If the guy if we are point blank, we get a bonus die. And if we are aiming for 1 round, which is 6 seconds, we get a second bonus die. Which means that we have, if we roll our die, it means we roll 3 die and we take the best result, right? So you roll 2 tens die and 1, right? That's how it works?
No, the bonus die are extra 10s die.
Right. So no matter what we roll on our
Technically it's 4. You get 1 single, and then you would roll a d10 3 times, whichever has the lowest 10s close.
Right. Okay. I think that's our plan. Emily and Zach are in the garage. Pips and I are in the. Oh, sorry. What? Sorry, Zach.
I don't have stealth. I probably shouldn't be in the garage.
Oh, okay.
But we don't need 2 and 2. We could just have Diane in the garage and then we're in the.
Sure, that's a good idea. So
being in the garage by yourself, Diane.
Sure.
So when he comes,
if I'm far enough back, he's not going to be looking for anyone in his garage. In theory, right?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
In theory, I mean, the only place you can theoretically hide is like against the garage door that you grow, crouch down in the corner, because there's not like.
Oh, there's no space. There's like no clutter or anything in this garage.
Yes.
Isn't there a lawnmower in this garage?
Well, yeah, but how are you going to hide behind a push?
It's not that big. Okay, I won't go in the garage then. That's a dumb idea.
I think we're literally all just gonna wait in the room. He's gonna come through.
I mean,
we're gonna shine our lights at him and shoot him, and that's gonna be our plan.
Henry and I will post up somewhere so that we're in line of sight of the door, but we can like hide behind furniture or something. And we're gonna prep with our flashlights. They're like those really obnoxious LED ones that have like a very, very directed beam, and we're going to aim for his face.
I may be dating you guys here, but are you familiar with what Alice is from when you were in high school?
Yes.
Oh, wait. You need to be doing that, where you need to just grab a chair and you need to be ready to throw it at the door.
Last resort, Drake. Focus.
Okay, so
This is a last resort.
Connor, I'm gonna hide behind the island in the kitchen.
Okay.
Because that's what that line is, right? That's the island, or is that a wall?
Well, I'm thinking the word kitchen with that white.
That's the
sword.
island. Okay, then I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide with my back against the wall so that I can come around the corner and shoot him.
Okay.
We'll hide either behind one of the couches or something else. I don't
All right. I mean that's. I mean
know.
we have prepared. We have done what we can.
I was gonna hide it on the stairs, like, because I'm assuming there's walls on the stairs, or is that just railings going up?
I think he said railings.
Well, yes, there's railings.
The staircase is very modern in that there's nothing
Nothing
underneath the stairs.
Gross.
They're just single slats.
Gotcha.
That have been held
Those
up.
are the worst stairs ever.
I'm sorry you have no style, Drew.
I'm more
got-
functionality because those
It's okay.
I was gonna say it's got nothing to do with style. It's everything to do with
Stop
being able to
talking
get up
about
them.
stairs.
Then I'm going to be hiding over
I'm
there.
s-
I'm going to be hiding with Agent.
I'm sorry, Emily. That Drake's plight with stairs isn't important to you. How could you? How dare you?
I know.
It's
How
called
dare I.
differently abled, Emily. Okay.
I hide behind the couch as well.
Okay. I think we're
I
prepared.
get ready to point my flashlight.
We're ready to go, Connor. Let's just do it. Okay, we're stressing ourselves out. Let's just do it. All right, we do it.
Okay. At about 5:45 p.m., very easy to hear throughout the house the sound of the power garage door open. Van
Farts.
Dyson has tooled up the driveway. The garage door's gone up. He's pulled himself into the garage, shuts his car
Oh.
up, and immediately the garage door starts going back down.
Wait. One last thing. One last thing before we start. This is like the last thing that I was going to say. We wait to do anything until the door shuts behind him because we don't want him to run back out into the door. Okay, continue, please.
Okay. Where was I? Oh, yes. So he's in. He's got the garage doors going back down. Your car door open, car door closed. The squelch of all the seals around the garage door as it opens up, and Van Dyson walks into the living room, and he has no idea what's coming. And you can see that he's swinging around a plastic Safeway bag, and he's whistling to himself, and he proceeds immediately into the kitchen to start preparing himself a meal, as it is dinner, as it is he's gotten home from work. And he doesn't say anything, he doesn't notice anything amiss with an overturned table or anything on the first floor, so he just
All right.
walks on into the kitchen.
I
And there are two agents with ready to actions.
shoot him.
I mean, there
So
are
anyway,
three.
I
There are
start
four
blasting.
agents. There are
So
four
anyway-
agents with ready to action.
Because he walks in through the dining room because that's where we established the front door is. Oh no, he walks in through the side door. Walks in through the side door, right?
The because of the way I want to use, I have the house set up. The living room is where the garage is, because that's the first floor.
Right. All right. I mean, Drake and I fire our guns. We fire our guns. He walks through the door. We fire our guns. Bang!
Okay. He has absolutely no opportunity to dodge. He's being assailed in his kitchen doorway, in his kitchen entryway. So he has no chance to dodge. Are you successful? Roll for
All right, Drake, you ready?
How
roll
many
for
dice?
firearm.
So we roll our normal roll. All right. So I got a 27 under 50. Not my 27 under 60. So that's a hard success.
Hard success.
No need to use your bonus.
Right. And then Drake, what did you get?
I got a 20 under 40.
So another.
God dang! So another hard success. So no need for bonus. So you both hit.
I think I just roll my damage, right?
Use normal dex order for combat. Let's see. Yep, just roll your damage.
All right, I roll my Beretta damage. It's a 5. Great.
So
Okay.
a handgun's a 1d10, right?
Depends on what handgun you bought. What handgun do you
What
think you would have
handgun
had?
do you have?
I had a pistol. It
Are
said a one.
are you rocking a Glock, or do you have some wimpy little Saturday Night Special 38 here, or?
I think Drake literally doesn't know what any of those words just meant.
I don't know what any of those
Oh,
were.
yeah.
Just pick him a gun.
This is an Indiana Jones gun you keep around for your archaeology excursions to Egypt, right?
Yes.
Okay, he's got a. It's not a snub nose. He has a standard 38 pistol, which I believe is a D8. instead of
Okay.
a 10.
I'm okay with having a D8.
All right, just roll your
Roll
damage.
the D8.
I got 4.
How many hit points does this man have?
It's probably gonna have more than. He's gonna have more than 9.
Which is true. He's hurting. He's below 50%.
Bang!
Ah! Bang bang. So he's been shot. Not particularly artfully. One has gone into his shoulder. Has most likely severed the artery up here. Another one's hit him, and the man, on hard successes, it's hard to say that you've not done well. So somebody went for his heart and ended up with a shoulder, but still got a major artery, so he's got internal bleeding. And the other person, we'll just say Drake, the poor professor's not trained to shoot to kill, he's trained to shoot to defend himself. You plug him straight into the stomach.
I was gonna say my goal whenever I'm archaeology is aim for the legs because that allows me to run away faster. So I was thinking somewhere lower.
What now?
That's
What
your
now?
goal with archaeology. I'm sure
Well, Emily and Zach still have their surprise rounds.
Exactly. So Van Dyson, he's looking around and he sees it's hard to even think that he would say anything. The man is in shock and disbelief.
He's met Duncan, right?
Right. He's met Duncan and he recognizes you, and all he can do is look at you. He doesn't know how.
Okay, Diane does not want to get close to this man because they're gonna probably try to shoot again, and she has her flashlight thing, so she shines it in his eyes as brightly and obnoxiously as she possibly can. Disorient him further.
This poor fucking man.
Shut up! He eats people. It's fine. Who's going next?
Yeah, but ambushing him with no conversation. It just seems
rude.
Snelling told us to handle it. We're gonna handle it, okay?
And Zach, what do you
Trying to
do?
make him proud. I shine my flashlight in his eye.
Emily aims for one eye, Zach aims for the other.
Yeah.
so
Two beams.
you do no damage. You do successfully disorient the man. But that does
Who was not by any means
combat
disoriented
round.
before.
Yes, move on.
In his disoriented state, I mean, you stunned him to an extent. I can't imagine that he.
He's thinking clearly.
All he can think to do. Yeah, he turns and attempts to dodge and run back out of the house towards his car. I think would be what he does. So let me just see here.
Well, that was a surprise round, so shouldn't we go for initiative next first?
Well, it doesn't matter. He rolled a 91
Oh!
on his,
He's like,
on his next roll to try and turn around and leave. So he turns very rapidly and just ends up keeling over onto the floor.
he like knocks over some pots and
Blinding him.
pans and just there's a big clatter.
He
Okay.
takes out some knickknacks and a giant ceramic rooster on the cat. falls to the ground and
then I
desperately tries to get back up, scramble forward.
I literally I go stone cold killer, FBI agent. I just take my boot and I put it on the small of his back. All right, can I do that?
Yep.
And I just point my fucking gun down and I just go BAM!
You point blank him in the back
I
of the
just
head.
point blank him in the back of the head. BAM!
He's dead.
How
No,
many?
it-
You point blank him in the back of the head. I point blank him in the back of the
I
head.
point blank him in the back of the head. Bang!
Gonna point blank him in the back of the head. Oh.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
So there's a hole in the back of his head, his forehead.
I'm gonna roll sanity.
Everything's all out on the floor.
I'm rolling sanity.
This
Oh, yeah.
this
That
man
man gets shot.
this man is well killed without ever casting a spell.
I mean, this is...
Yes,
Connor,
Emily?
What?
you wanted us to roll. I mean, I'm assuming I'll have to roll sanity because I just saw a man get shot.
Well, you saw a dismembered corpse before. I mean,
I didn't.
Understand.
She
I
didn't.
Oh,
But
you have
seeing
to-
somebody get killed is still only like 1d2. It's not as high as you
That's
think it is.
good
a
because I rolled a
corpse-
93.
Yeah, that's just
That's no good. That's not a good. That's not a
it's
good roll.
1d3, so d6.
Well, I
I'd
need
say
to roll
1
any sanity.
point. 1 point of
No,
sanity.
you've seen the cut up corpse. And the freeze.
Yes.
No. Anyone who saw the corpse doesn't need to roll for.
The Zach.
I mean, you
I
had
succeeded
all
on my roll.
decided you're going to kill it, so another dead body wasn't out of the question unless you hadn't seen enough of its spawn. And this is fresh, red, running blood.
All right.
Connor, was he like 1 point? Did he have 1 hit point after I shot my gun?
He had 13, so after 9, he's like.
Okay. You
That's
gave
why
me that
you
look,
did
and
it,
it's
so.
like you couldn't roll 1 higher. That's the.
All right. And so then I reload my gun and I said, now it's time to finish the job. And I pop all 3 of them in the head and I burn the house down and everybody's dead. It's great. End of the game. Turns out I was Van Dyson all along. Connor did go with that twist. This was just a stoogie.
You? A joke. I made that before we even went.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. All right. So the guy's been shot in the head. Diane reels back. I'm sure everybody else. How does everybody else react?
What was the sanity that you took, Diane? Oh, okay.
What do you guys do, Zach, Drake?
Definitely say a couple steps back. No sanity loss, but still definitely disturbed.
You've just all murdered a man in cold blood.
Yeah, this man just ate one of my colleagues who I know and was enjoying company with. So
Yes, and then you never saw a body for your friend. This guy, you just blew his brains out. Nice living room carpet.
I didn't blow out his brains. I shot him in the stomach.
In any case, call the Schnelling.
My
I don't know.
my first step will be to sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I go to call him, and this whole thing only redoubles my faith and dedication to Schnelling, because if he is not the highest man to worship, then I'm a killer. But if the Schnelling is all knowing and all righteous, then I did the right thing. So I think the Schnelling's okay, and I give him a
You
call.
saying
and
the Schnelling is
get him the
God?
good news. Just a little bit.
My first step is to roll the fucking guy over just to make sure that I killed the right guy. I mean, is it Van Dyson?
No, it's Hector Simone.
God damn it!
No, it's Van Dyson.
All right,
I
all
was
right.
think- I was
You
thinking
scared
about having.
me.
I was thinking about having Van Dyson for Hector along Dyson. There's going to be a brief prologue to this, so it would be too much.
Bam.
That is one of the things that I thought was like, I just shot the first thing that walked by. So like.
So anyway, like Emily said earlier, we started blasting.
So we started black. Yes, you roll over him, and it is by the half of the face that remains above the nose. It's Petrov Van Dyke. Dyson.
All right, I cover his face with a kitchen towel.
Probably.
I called to Schnelling to tell him we did it. I'm guessing Pips is getting the gasoline ready.
Diane anxiously goes upstairs to check on the drive.
Henry,
I'm also.
I hope you have good news.
I do. Situation taken care of. As of like 10 seconds ago, which is why my voice is a little shaky, but taken care of.
Taken care of with finality, I take it?
As final as you can get.
Final
Good.
destination.
And have you been able to secure his patient records and anything else that was left around?
Yes, Diane is taking care of the digital right now, and also some more secretive notes on paper that we can bring to you as well. Also, we have another gift for you, a cane that I think you might enjoy.
You know, I always do need help walking around these days. It's a little hard to get around Harvard Yard without little assistance with my family. So I appreciate
Park the car.
Park the car in Harvard Yard. He's a Bostonian, but it comes out rookies. And what about the other guy? The
Yeah,
one
we still have to go. We still have to go get Damon. We just wanted to make sure that we had this part fully taken care of.
Very good. I'll expect you back as soon as possible. Click.
All right.
This and go get Damon.
Henry smiles.
While I'm doing this, I'm just you had mentioned that there's a lot of like valuable historical things in this house, right?
No, not valuable historic things. They're expensive
Oh.
antiques.
Never mind.
Some guy at an antique shop was taking this guy for a ride every time he walked.
No.
I think,
But I'm okay burning this whole place down.
yeah, Professor Pips and I, we like do the thing with the gas, with the stove, the gas thing where you like turn on the gas, and then we drizzle some gasoline. I pull the guy's body over so that it looks like he's closer to the stove, so that like maybe potentially a police investigation. I don't know. Maybe his body will be too charred for them to notice the bullet holes. Something like that.
These
Actually, I'll go.
podunk country law.
I mean, I'll go so far as to, if I can find the bullets on the ground, if they passed clean through him, I'll grab the bullets and take them with me.
You can police your brass. You can take your shell casings.
Yeah, like I'm just doing what I can at the scene, because I know it'll probably get cleaned up behind the scenes anyway. But I'm just double checking to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, I don't think you had
Put a pan with some olive oil on the stove, just in case.
And it turns out that Diane, because she hadn't returned to the download, it said error at 2%.
They were at 98%.
The download commenced as it should have.
I look around me. I see Professor Pips and Henry are here. I say, "That's everybody." We leave the house. I toss a match. Oh God, Diane's on the second floor, and now another action scene commences.
Well, Diane did have to go to the second floor to then purge.
Diane gets all the information, packs everything up, makes sure nothing is left behind, and heads out.
We're just pouring gasoline in like the kitchen. Like the house will come down on its own, most likely. It's far enough out that nobody's going to be calling about a fire for a while.
Can I get one final computer use from Diane?
Really? I got a nat 4 earlier.
Yeah, but this is something different.
Am I wiping the hard drive?
No, you don't bite me.
I thought that was to me.
Animal abuse live on.
I got a 63 under 80.
Okay, so you had. It's just if you succeeded, that means you had a virus ready made, which you then inserted into the Van Dyson systems at the institute.
Oh yeah, I gave his computer digital
No,
and it goes swimmingly.
She just goes to a very sketchy porn site and downloads some, and that's all it takes for the virus to get on and erase the hard drive. She tries to get a copy of Iron Man from some sketchy torrent website, but it's a Trojan, and the computer gets wiped. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's like an off-brand Pornhub, like with a typo like Pornhub.
Yeah.
Download off pornhub.com.
Alrighty. I think we're. I look at my compatriots as is everybody sure that we have everything we need?
Yeah, we just need to go talk to Damon if we can find him, and that's that.
Once we pass this point, there's no going back. Are you sure you want to proceed?
I think we passed that point
No,
after we murdered him.
I'm just. It's just like a video game thing. Like,
No,
like
that song is sexy, and this is not a sexy moment.
all right, so we all pile up. We pile up into the Cadillac Escalade. We toss a match behind us on the gas as we start driving away. And I start blaring "Bad to the Bone" on the radio. Dun, 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 dun. No, I'm sorry. We're going to carefully try to light like a trail of gasoline. Get in the Cadillac Escalade, and then hightail it on out of there.
Make it so. The trail of gasoline follows back up into the house. It climbs the concrete steps into the house, begins burning its way across the living room carpet before reaching the kitchen. Gas has already been leaking into the room for about 15-20 minutes, so when it ignites, so does the gas. It's not a terribly large explosion as we see on Mythbusters. It's, a couple of windows pop out, which you can't see because it's on the opposite side of the house. And the house begins to burn. Van Dyson's corpse, of course, placed in front of the stove, had been doused thoroughly by itself, so he, of course, just begins to burn immediately. Taking his tastefully decorated home and his bizarre upstairs bedroom with him. The final insult, of course, comes in the form of what's immediately above the stove. Of course, when the rafters burn away, the toilet falls through the floor and lands on Van Dyson, remaining skull, all of its forces dead. And so another Cthulhu wizard is down the shitter. From that point, of course, you leave and you're well back into the town by the time you see fire trucks speed away to go up into the mountains to address a home on fire.
So we are going to go to the motel before we do anything else, because we still need to find Damon, potentially. So we get back to the motel. The first thing I do, I stop the car. I kind of just gesture to the three of you, hey, grab the cane, get into the room. And I immediately pick up the phone and I dial the operator to get in touch with the FBI, because I need to inform them of this incident immediately.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Federal Bureau of Investigation switchboard, how may I direct your call?
This is, Mr. Kennedy. I'm an apprentice of Dr. Cornelius de Schnelling.
And what business do you have here? I don't know. The business of Dr. Cornelius de Schnelling. I was told just saying his name would make everything happen automatically.
All right, I am Special Agent Rod Stewart. I need to speak with Special Agent Will Smith, please. And Special Agent Tommy Lee Jones, if that's possible.
Special Agent
Do we
Tommy
see...
Jones.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do we see Damon outside as we get there and pull in?
There's not a lot going on. There's not a burning trash bin or anything like that at the moment, so he's not obviously around.
I don't actually need to RP this federal agent stuff, so we can just say I reported.
You report in, and they say, I understand, okay, a home fire, and okay, and that's, okay, very good.
You've made your country proud.
Oh, he was eating people. Okay, well, very good. That's all.
And
very good. Make before you make your final report to Dr.
And I do also send over the pictures of the dismembered corpse because that's like just sort of like further evidence.
Yep, those are some arms in the torso. Very good at that.
The poor it's her first.
Their horrible trauma of proportions they cannot understand.
It's like the person on the other end is like her first day, and she sees this dismembered corpse. Ah! All right.
Okay.
That's it for me.
So, you come in once you're done with your call.
Yeah,
I'm assuming we're waiting because we know.
Yeah, I step away from the phone. All right, I've informed the FBI.
Cool. So, do we look for Damon now?
Well, Agent Stewart, you seem to have a knack for finding people. You were able to find us three, even though you didn't really know where we didn't really tell you where we lived. So, do you have a knack for just finding anyone?
Well, you see, I found you three because the plot demanded it. Miss Walker,
I think you know who you are. You can just wander outside and look, and I think you'll come to us.
I was my thought process went as follows. Perhaps the three of us can wander the streets. Miss Walker, is there any way you could access traffic cam?
The city does not have traffic cams.
Never mind.
Ow.
Do you think you could access?
I go to help look.
Could you access the secret government bird camera network?
No, we go outside to look.
You could probably, I don't know, find some cops at a donut shop, flash your FBI badge, and ask for
Oh,
we
look.
know where they hang out.
Okay.
We saw them.
Well,
We wandered to wherever we expect them to be. We saw them hanging out by the dumpster, and we saw them by the fast food place, and we saw them by one other place, so we're gonna go look in all
You
of
saw
those
them on the
locations.
highway, I thought, under the bridge. Or just off the highway.
Yeah.
We can check.
we just check. We check the places we are. We check the places we already know.
Well, you find Damon wandering around the parking lot of the fast food.
Oh, so this is a bag and grab him situation?
This is
We
No,
tried
no, I
talking
think-
him.
yeah. Who?
Yeah, we can try talking to him. But
How
you were
about
the one
Henry?
who gave
Henry.
the note to. Yeah,
Henry,
I'll
you
go.
should
I'll
talk
take-
to him.
I will. I'll take Pips with me just because he was the one that Damon gave the notes to. So he knows that.
Guys, stay here and protect them. Just do your thing. Okay, Henry, let's go.
All right, I go. All right, go and I go up to Damon. Does he seem to recognize us?
Ah, man of usefulness.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're Damon, correct?
Mm-hmm. Quite. Quiet. If he says quiet.
Okay. Okay, you said that we were useful. How can we help you?
Circumstances unwithholding. Unraveling of plans in motion.
Right, and you wanted to stop these plans from happening, right?
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Okay, good. And you should know, I think, that those plans have been stopped. Plans of Dr.
A cessation of
and
action.
Dave.
And Dyson? Did you say
I
Van
was
Dyson's
going to
name?
say, like, I do mention that we have stopped Van Dyson. I do
Right.
mention his name specifically.
He spits on the ground.
Agreed. He is taken care of.
I mean, is anyone gonna like coax him into the car, or
I think that we're just trying to. They're just trying to talk.
I was
He was
just
gonna
trying to
do-
get his reaction of him.
he's not
Like, see his
coherent?
reaction. Okay. Okay. I guess
You've,
I don't know
you've
if it's
com-
a charm or a psychology roll to
completed-
try to.
you've completed the quest with him being completely and totally unaware of it. So, I mean, it's like the character's glitching out right now. It's-
I don't know if you want a charm or a psychology check along with trying to get him into the car. So yes, we took care of Van Dyson, so you're
if you just steered him towards the car, probably.
okay.
So we
All right.
both generally
Well,
guide him.
you can help.
We shepherd him into the vehicle.
$98. No one sees a damn thing. No one thinks this is good.
Okay.
I think what is it? Connor, can you give me the layout of a Cadillac Escalade, like seat wise? Does it go 2 in the front, 3 in the middle, 3 in the back?
No. Well, they can, but it would be 2 2
Okay. I guess we're just gonna have him sit in the back then with Professor Pips and Henry on either side of him, just to make sure that he doesn't try any funny business.
Probably
Okay.
a good idea.
And then I guess Miss Walker will sit in the middle
Okay.
instead of in the front with me, just in case. Or does somebody else want to drive, and then I
Do
can?
anything behind me. You should drive. I'll sit in the front with you, because like if I'm in the middle,
Sure.
I can't turn to do anything. So
Okay, sounds good. I mean, I guess we're just gonna start driving back towards the fucking Arkham now. I mean, we've got Damon Newcomb. He's glitching. He's glitching out. His NPC code has been fried.
Well, it doesn't take long for him to start getting quite restless. Because you're descending out of the mountains. You're not going towards the Van Dyson Center. You know, he's... Again, it's hard to say what he's saying, but you know, it's kind of what's going on. This
Diane hands back some snacks that we had in the car. He's like, why don't here? And she like hands back like Oreos and chips or whatever we might have bought
Sure. Yeah, give them
to help.
food,
Well,
and then I am
well,
trying to like comfort him.
So it was
Alright.
your week at soccer practice, huh?
This is Duncan's vehicle, so yes, it is his turn to bring snacks.
She brings the watermelon and the Capri Sun.
No salty snacks, only fruit.
All right, so we pull up to the McDonald's. I say, "Hey, Damon, what do you want to get from the Mickey D's?" Well, Diane, what is
One of everything, got it.
Diane? What do you want?
I want to get back to Dishnelli.
Yeah, I think we drive. Even though we've had a long day, Connor, we're literally gonna just drive straight there. But I kind
I
of
have rope if need be.
that's literally what I was just gonna bring up.
It would probably be a good idea to subdue him in some way.
Okay.
I mean, he's going to be screaming and whatever, and kicking the seat and whatnot.
Okay, I use some of the rope to gag him and I tie him up. Sorry. He's connected to this man-eating horror thing, so I don't trust him. That is my level of thinking, where I just go like, he is part of this. He's
Do
bad.
you want help doing this? Because he is going to struggle.
Yes, I would love some help tying him up.
I'm sitting with you. Yeah.
I mean,
Helping you tie up as I'm trying to like be very comforting. Like it's okay. We're bringing you to someone who can take care of you as we're tying him up and maybe gagging him.
We're bringing you to someone who can take care of you.
oh, he's already seatbelted in, so like as long as we prevent him from unbuckling, he can't really scoot away from us.
We put him in the backward-facing child seat.
You can't reach a door handle. Yeah.
On the road again, traversing hours back to Arkham, Massachusetts. The life I love is being a pawn for Dr. Cornelius Schnelling and his friends. And we're almost back to Arkham. Time travel by map. Connor, give us the
Pretty
look.
much. Just because I don't see the need to complicate this.
You also have two players with like some meta knowledge here, so I think.
Yeah. So, you know, to do what Damon Newcomb is supposed to do, he would need the cane, which he doesn't even know is in the back of the car. So, you know, all he can do is desperately try to do something, which
He's now tied up, so he can't.
well,
something's
Can hear him too. Can he do it without speaking?
Well, that's the only way he can. That's the only way he can do it. Is he has to make.
Yeah. So if he gets gagged, he can't talk.
Yeah, which Zach and Drick have said they do.
Right, but this is such is the nature of Damon Newcomb's.
Okay.
He can't talk and he can't think straight either. So he has to draw upon far more visceral and ancient ways of channeling his.
This is stressful. What is he doing?
I have no clue.
Nothing. He's doing nothing. He's attempting to summon something, or grab dick, wither limb. The classic Cthulhu combo.
Because of his condition, any attempt to cast a spell must first obtain a hard success or better on a power roll. And his POW is 105, so that would be 52.
Yep.
I rolled a 94.
Well, all right.
There's that, I guess.
I'm going to try one more time here. 86.
So while everybody else gets to roll decent, Connor unfortunately has been beset by the unlucky gods.
I just have shit dice. I've always had shit dice. I should probably buy more of these.
You really should.
All right.
Well, out of the two sets I have, I don't have a single die like that gold. So he makes 2 attempts to summon something or dominate someone's mind, make him turn the car around, and he just can't freaking do it. He tries a couple of times during the trip, and he just ends up wasting what he has. So,
All right. So it's
Yeah,
it's essentially an uneventful drive.
a thankfully uneventful drive for my shit dice. So yeah, I didn't see any need to complicate it, and I even tried to see if I could complicate it, but no complication arose. So you make it back to Arkham. You pull into the familiar asylum's circular drive, bouncing over the polished marble plates amongst the marble gravel as you pull around to the front, and Dr. de Schnelling is amazingly out front to meet you. And he's looking quite middle-aged, oddly enough. His skin isn't gray or slimy like it usually is. It's a normal pale white. He still hides under his wide-brimmed hat. It's long. He's not wearing a cape as he normally does. He's swapped out for a more standard trench coat. Everything else is par for the course. His club tie, his gold jewelry, accoutrement, and his pinstripe suit. But you all exit the car. You drag out Damon. Luckily, it's another one of those off days where there doesn't seem to be. Everyone has seemingly been told to be otherwise engaged for a certain period of time. You had a question there, Doctor?
I was just gonna
have a question.
I was just gonna say before we get out of the vehicle, I want to hand the folio to Henry, kind of going like, "Here, you can give this, so that way you can get some brownie points." I don't need the brownie points from this, so you can provide him with the secret folio.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna grab the cane too. All right, when we park, how about the back? I get the box with the cane in it.
I'll lead Newcomb myself.
Schnelling and I.
There is a moment I would like to describe as you, of course, being the good simp shrimp you are, bring up to de Schnelling the folio and the cane. De
Still
Schnelling
in the box.
takes the folio, hands it off to Mustard, who is standing next to him. Mustard as well.
Looks
in his
great.
pith helmet and
His skin
His pith helmet. My God, he's stuck in the 20s.
has a little more flexibility to it. It doesn't look as hard and wooden as it normally does. Two of them have clearly been, I don't know, to a health spa. As Damon Newcomb is led out of the Escalade and around to the front, Cornelius unlatches the box and pulls out the cane, which he immediately thumps into it. He takes the head of it, thumps it into his palm, and holds onto the cane. And it's one of those moments where the wind picks up for no reason, and his trench coat ruffles open, and his hat brim flops a little bit. It's, Harry Potter just found the right wand and all.
yeah. I get you.
And as you lead Damon around, he sees the cane and immediately goes to try and get. I mean, his arms are bound, whatever. The gag's been taken out, but his arms are still bound, and he immediately just runs up the steps to go for Deschnellen. Duncan, give me a strength check to hold on to.
52 under 60. I am willing to spend luck, though, just to keep this from happening.
He got 33 out of 7. He got 33 under 70, so you'd have to get it down to a hard 16.
All right, I do that. I'll spend 32 luck to get it to 20 under 60. Actually, I'll spend. You don't have to. Nothing. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll leave it be. I'll trust my keeper. I leave it be. I fail my strength roll.
He starts thundering up the steps, and again, what he's saying doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, but the gist of what you can understand is the power is mine. The secrets to be unlocked, they are mine to behold. And as he thunders up the steps, arms behind him, clearly just, I want my cane. In one swift motion, Cornelius connects the cane to the side of his head and sends the guy sprawling sideways over the long, wide, shallow steps down the front of the sanitarium. And Cornelius walks over to him and says, "This is not a toy." At a snap of his fingers, 2 orderlies rush out of the hospital with a straitjacket. How very 1920s. And his ropes are very quickly swapped out for a lovely Arkham Institute of Mental Health and Healing straitjacket. And he's led, still kicking and screaming, up the stairs. Cornelius calls behind himself, or calls back up to them, "Put him in an exam room. Downstairs." And he then invites everyone else. "I'd like you all to tell me exactly what you saw. You wouldn't mind coming up to the office."
Oh, of course not. Gentlemen, lady, please follow.
You all proceed up to the very now familiar office of Dr. Cornelius Deschnellen, who takes the cane, places it down on his desk. Colonel Mustard still does not speak. He simply goes back and starts to smoke his pipe back by the windows. And he looks at you all and he says, "You've all done very good work. Everything is resolved to my satisfaction." He picks up the cane with this little bonus. We'll be sure to put it to the best of use with Mr. Newcomb himself. Anything that's been left out of the report, as far as I understand it, Mr. Newcomb taught Dr. Van Dyson some things he should not have.
Yes.
And so it comes to us. Clean up the mess that was made. Anybody have any questions? Any points of contention?
Wait. Let's like wrap up. Let's like wrap up the adventure, and then we can ask the questions, right? Like wrap up what we all do, right? And then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
I think that makes a little bit more sense. Personally, sorry, I don't mean to step on your toes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. DeSchnelling. I'm glad that we can help you in this matter. I'd like to recommend all three of these people as very, very accomplished helpers. Without the three of them and Mr. Kennedy, I doubt we would have ever defeated Dr. Van Dyson and brought you this cane. So I'd like to bid you all farewell, and I hope our paths may cross again soon. In the meantime, if you do require need of the U.S. government, or you wish to help me in my endeavors, you can always reach me at by speaking with Dr. Cornelius DeSchnelling.
Very good. Henry,
Yes, sir.
I know you're probably tired and exhausted, but it is still the work day, and I need you in the pharmacy for another 4 hours.
Oh, right away, sir.
Thank you. Diane?
And if you ever need any help with Damon, just let me know.
Yes.
Dr. Muhlenbeck called. Said he had a rather disturbing experience last night that needs to discuss with you, and he's in his computer lab. He would like you to see him as soon as possible.
Okay.
Pips,
Yes.
word has been sent around to the history department that you are vetted, shall we say. I hope you find the other members of your department far more cordial and open-minded to your presence, as long as you as well maintain an open mind to any of their endeavors and interests.
Thank you.
And as always, Agent Stewart, I'm happy to sign off on that version of events that you'd like to make an official report to. Just bring it to me and have it on my desk by the end of the week.
Of course, Dr. DeSchnelling. It'll be there as soon as possible. If you'll excuse me, I must get going. I have to make a more full report to the FBI. Farewell, all of you. And especially you, Colonel Mustard. Boy, you're handsome, you're cool, you're funny. Love you. You're the best character in this room. I'll see you guys later. But Colonel Mustard, if you ever want to come and just speak for a one-on-one, discussion, please just let me know. But, everybody else, cool, you're all cool. But Colonel Mustard, best character of the adventure. Not gonna.
Right now.
No, I'm just kidding.
That Stewart and
No, I'm and he leaves, and he leaves pretty promptly. Like, this was just another adventure for him. Another case.
So we're gonna take care of Diane first. By the way, through what was accomplished, everyone gets back. I mean, between Damon being sent back to where he belongs, that is 1d6 of sanity. Dr. Van Dyson's 1d10 plus 2 sanity points for being delicate. So.
Wait, so I'm wondering about this. So when we get sanity back, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. Do we go above our base our max sanity? Is it an increase?
No, you can only get up to it.
Okay, so we didn't lose a lot of sanity, so these rewards aren't super helpful. Okay, so I'm just back up to max.
Diane, I think, took the greatest insanity loss. Which you can keep yours, and you can keep yours back up to full, despite the conversation that you're about to have with Dr. Muhlenbeck. So you walk into his lab, and it is very much like the dream you had. He's staring at a computer screen, but he is silent, and all the lights are on.
Dr. Muhlenbeck, you wanted to see me?
Indeed, Diane, I did. Come. Come in. Come.
She comes in and sits down.
Diane, I have to ask you. Last night, you were not on campus, no?
talking about the dream I had.
Were you here?
Because there's been a lot of weird stuff happening, and we just handled a cannibal, basically in, where were we?
Virginia.
In Virginia.
So you were in Virginia. You were hundreds of miles away from me. I see. And
What's going on?
and in a time of great emotional turmoil, you reached out. You were trying to contact him.
Yes.
And were you asleep? Did you lose consciousness? Tell me exactly what happened.
We found out what was happening. You can talk to Dr. Deschnelling about it, but I found out something crazy.
Whatever
And I
happened, Dr.
immediately
Deschnelling
wanted to contact you, and I couldn't contact you, and then I passed out. I fainted for 3 hours, I think.
So many things are so new, so strange. But when we are asleep, my dear, we are not so required to be bound by these mortal concepts of space, time. What you perceived as a dream, I am afraid was not. For those brief moments, you were here last night in the lab. And I must apologize for my shock and my startling. If I had known, perhaps we could have done something to keep you here. Perhaps been able to talk to whatever you were needing me for. You disappeared so quickly. I had hoped nothing had happened to you. Astral projection is very, very advanced, but in times of great strife, we find we have proclivities and perhaps inclinations towards skills yet untapped. As Dr. Deschnelling said at the beginning of all of this, there are other labs that I run. A little more advanced in both computer theory and some theories which are far older than computers themselves. And I hope that perhaps you will be interested in delving a little deeper into some of those subjects.
Maybe.
All I filled knew last night, whether it was intentional or unintentional. I am certainly here for you in our physical waking realm anytime. Have a good one.
Dunk. Gross.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And you leave. Dr. Pips, you return to your office. You don't interact with anyone in particular. However, you do find on your desk a edible arrangement from the Arkham University History Department.
And by edible, Drake, you know what he means. It's a little of a... But in edible form, that's what he means. It's not like food, it's not like fruit or anything. It's literally just like
strawberries and things like that.
Marijuana infused strawberries. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
There is also a welcome letter signed by all of the members of staff, including those who you know to be out of country at the moment, and a fresh access card, faculty access card for the library, which doesn't say restricted section access. It merely says in green, access all sections.
Ah. Makes sense.
Zach, you're at work for a couple of hours before Dr. DeSchnelling comes waddling down the hallway at no particularly fast clip. And he turns to you and says, Henry,
Sir.
I need you to get sedatives, and I need you to meet me downstairs, basement 2, west wing, room 12.
Okay, right away.
And bring an examination kit, medical examination kit. So ear, eye, little things you look through. I don't know what they're called. Little things that help you test your knee.
Stethoscope.
Stethoscope. Bring a stethoscope and a blood pressure card while you're at it.
Okay, will do. I grab all of the things and appear in the basement in 0.3 seconds.
You have never pressed a basement button in your time working here.
Oh, I've thought a lot about it.
You swipe your card, and you push the basement 2 button. Instead of flashing red, a voice, the same voice that is going up or going down, restricted section access granted, going down, and you descend into the Schnelling's own version of hell. It's dark down here. There are no windows. And every fourth light, fluorescent ceiling light down the hallway is on. The rest of them are dark. There's gurneys in the hallway that haven't been used upstairs in 20 years.
Oh.
I mean, it's just a real creepy freaking place. And you walk down, and everything's pretty much mirrors the floors above, but there's nurses' stations and things like that that are just covered in plastic tarps, and they've got freaking Apple II computers sitting on them. I mean, like, nobody's manned these stations in a long goddamn time. The doors down here are not the easy open and close doors upstairs. There's nothing automatic. Everything is a big, heavy door with a big keyhole in it and a tiny little window into a padded room. And the patients down here are permanent inpatient residents. Let's put it that way. You make your way to room 12, where you find DeSchnelling and Kennedy. Kennedy's doing little more than taking notes. And you walk in, and you can see that there's already X-rays up on one of the lighted boards. So, Henry, you ever seen the after results of doing a lobotomy with a wire hanger before?
No, I can't say I have.
Dr. Van Dyson did one hell of a job on this guy. He points over, and the cerebrum is just a freaking mess. It's pulp. This guy didn't try anything funny on the ride up here.
On the right, there were a couple of moments where he was convulsing, I guess you would say. We had him tied up and gagged pretty thoroughly, so I can't really say I know what he was doing. His running for your cane was definitely the most sudden action.
He picks up the cane and he waves it in front of Newcomb's eyes, and his eyes follow it, tempting back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And Schnelling you notice the cane is being held with the handle back and forth and back and forth and back while he's watching. All of a sudden, the cane stops, turns forward, and the eyes on the eagle light up blue. So did Damon Newcomb's eyes.
And then...
Not much else happens, but all of a sudden, after about 30 seconds of this, Cornelius turns it again, and Damon Newcomb simply collapses. Not dead, mind you, but simply drained of all magical energy. What? There's something I want you to be aware of, Henry, and everything that's been going on here. You saw a man who was eating people to take over their bodies, to feign their existence. This is what does that. Forms of energy in this world and capabilities wielded by lunatic. And he sticks his big pudgy finger right in Newton's face. Who think that they're going to be able to gain the favor of things that have absolutely no interest in some puny little mortal existence. And so we put a stop to it. But it's certainly not outside of us to make it outside of our own convenience. Dr. Cornelius walks past you, still holding the cane, walks out of the room and says, "Meet me upstairs when you're done. Make sure you take all of his vitals and then sedate him and put him in one of the 3 cells down. Write down whichever one you put him in." You walk out of the room, and you turn and you look behind him. You have a question. "Oh, Dr. Cornelius, one more thing." And you turn around and you walk out into the hallway. You don't follow him more than 5 seconds, and he's not there.
He was all a figment of your imagination the entire time.
Or,
Okay.
he waved his magic staff and went back to his office without having to walk. And that's a little prologue.
Do I roll sanity?
Dr. Schnelling just told you that this sort of thing exists. Why on earth would you know?
Okay.
And that is it.
Yeah, all Henry can think of is think of like Dr. Snelling says like, oh, these people like trying to gain the favor of these like otherworldly beings that have no interest in them, and I'm thinking, well, can't blame them. Can't blame them for trying, and then I doing Snelling's work.
Boy, am I sure glad that we didn't let that cane fall into into Damon Newcomb's hands so that he could summon Azathoth. Wouldn't that have just been a real shame?
Yeah, Duncan's not joking there. The end of this scenario is actually for if Newcomb got a hold of the cane, he would discharge the magic points it held and summon Azathoth in the middle of the forest.
So basically, everything we skipped, right? Because Connor basically gave us Drake and me a lowdown on stuff last night, which is why I was like, so Connor, anywhere that there might be something hidden in the house, just like I don't know, like a staff. I didn't want to actually find it. So if we didn't find it, it would have been fine. But like Connor told Drake and I about the staff and the whole Azathoth thing, so both of us are sitting here like, all right, don't do what our characters would actually have done in this scenario. Don't like Like, that's why I didn't go like, oh, I should take the cane and keep it up front with me while Newcomb is sitting in the back seat, because I wouldn't have thought of that had Connor not told us about that. So we did know a little bit, but I don't think we didn't know anything about the mysteries. Just Connor had told us about the staff. Didn't tell us where it was either. We just assumed.
Well, the book doesn't say.
The book doesn't say where he is?
No, the book doesn't. The book doesn't say where the staff is. It's just it's hidden somewhere in the house.
Well, I guess I'll put up all of the... I have faces for everybody who's supposed to appear in here, but we never met... You never looked into the ex-wife, because honestly, there's no real way to do so.
So you didn't see Candace Lee, you didn't talk to anyone at UVA.
There's a picture for Hector Simone, but like I feel like he doesn't seem like he's very relevant at all.
He's just perpetually under dominate. I mean, Van Dyson just keeps him under dominate all the time, and he just does his bidding.
And then there's then let's see. We also have a picture for Candace Lee.
No, Zach is not under dominate. Zach is a simp. He does it all.
Dominate. I don't dominate.
We never met Candace Lee. We never met Morty Belmont. Who is Dr.
Morty Belmont? You never saw the massive crater that was behind Van Dyson's house from the first time that Damon managed to summon a servitor of Azathoth and burn up a hectare of forest.
Is Dr. Tomlinson who you basically replaced as with Dr. Deschnelling? Because I have a picture for him, but I literally don't even know who that is.
No, Dr. Tomlinson is just a co-worker of Candace Lee from UVA.
So, what does the Devourer look like?
Oh, there is no Devourer.
No. He's using a spell called...
He's a human, but he's using a spell called Consume Likeness.
So all he's... Oh, sorry. Continue, please. Sorry.
Yeah, which requires the consumption of one's target in order to present their likeness.
I think what you're supposed to do with it usually is you like suck the person into you like through your hand.
If you understand the spell to that level, that's
right.
The second level.
And so he's just like eating it because he doesn't know how to actually perform the spell.
Yeah.
So he uses his staff to kind of absorb people's magic, then does the consumption.
The staff belongs to Damon Newcomb.
The staff was Damon Newcomb.
Van Dyson. So Newcomb was remanded to Van Dyson's care like 18 months ago. And it was on a pro bono basis because Van Dyson just found it fascinating. But he was in over his head for a moment. So he didn't take anything that Newcomb was saying seriously at the beginning, but by the time that they've been together for a while, he began reading the tomes that Damon Newcomb had brought with him. He began learning from Newcomb, all this stuff about magic and the mythos and whatnot, and then basically distracted himself by going off and making the ultimate empathic link with his patients, and then going off for weeks at a time and living their lives and finding out what the root cause of their psychoses were. Meanwhile, Damon Newcomb is back at the Van Dyson Center, taking all sorts of liberties with patients and people like that.
All right, perfect. Okay, I think so. Connor's kind of giving us a lowdown on the stuff that we didn't know about. Emily's back. She's tired. Drake's tired. So I think we can keep talking about it afterwards. But I think this.
I heard all the things.
Good. So I think we're gonna end the episode here. Connor, was there anything else pressing you wanted to say? Because you were the keeper, and I want to have you hear your final thoughts before we end this episode. Final episode of Nemo Solus Sapit.
number one, I want to thank my players very much for actually sticking with it for 3 sessions. This is the first time that we have finished a scenario start to finish.
In fucking ages. I can't remember the last time.
High school at least, so that's
No, well,
almost 10 years.
Maybe our Wild West one, but that was because I railroaded it hard to get to the end, so that one doesn't really count. This one, you kept the pacing the whole way through.
So
The one shot.
Oh, and yeah, and Emily's one shot, yeah.
now, only other thing I would say is, again, the commentary that I've been making with Duncan, I guess, afterwards is, just briefly review of Nemo Solus Sapit.
Yeah, keep it to just really short. Sorry.
The premise is great, but again, there's so many tangents and side quests to go down to that, how someone far more skilled than myself would have to be able to direct people down those rabbit
Yeah,
holes,
like
because
the ex-wife, the
let me tell you
land.
wanting to go and talk to the guy that Van Dyson bought the land from, trying to talk with his ex-wife to find out if she knew anything about his strange behavior, finding the crater in the woods, or even getting to a point where Damon Newcomb had the staff and summons Azathoth in the woods. God help me if I know how to get there. So I hope everyone enjoyed it for what it was, which was simply taking down a madman and commanding another madman to the care of the greatest madman of them all.
I mean, I can't speak for everybody else, but this was an adventure. I don't think I've ever played an adventure quite like this before, where you're dealing with a lot of technical, mental stuff, dealing with an antagonist who's not just summoning a fucking Cthulhu monster. He's just he's got a really cool hook to him with the whole stealing people's bodies. I think Connor did a really good job as a keeper, so I think that
A real Hannibal lecture.
it's the second time you've made the same joke.
Well, it's
You like
a
it.
Sopranos joke.
There you go.
Tony Soprano says, "Oh God, what am I, Hannibal lecture over here? Oh God, here comes the pros." So,
Well,
but I hope everyone enjoyed it a lot, and I hope these characters will be able to come back now that they've all gotten their little hooks. They've got a way for the mythos to touch their lives, touch with tentacles from the void. So yeah,
I mean,
Pornhub.
I'd like to. Yeah, I'd like to.
I believe the final word on the matter is Pornhub.
Pornhub.
Looking up tentacle things on Pornhub.
No.
Well, yeah. So I think that was really good. This is This is going to be a 3-part Call of Cthulhu series on the channel. Did it on Twitch. I think that's really cool. It's cool that we were able to get this done. I hope as we continue, I hope there's another 6-month gap before we all play together again. But I understand everybody's schedules are really busy, so we're probably not going to be able to play for another couple weeks. Maybe. I know Emily in particular has a lot of other games she's part of. Drake as well. Zach, I think Zach just stays at home and does challenges in Paper Mario or something. That's all he ever tells me. He's like, I just beat Super Mario RPG without items for some reason because I'm a madman. So, whatever.
That's what I do. I have free time, but not as much on the weekends. I feel like our schedules just don't line up well right now. Maybe Saturday mornings, afternoons we could talk about.
Right. And then Connor, obviously, what's Connor doing? I don't know. Sitting at home, petting his cats.
I stay home and do nothing because I have no life and no friends.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
You also don't deal with snow, so...
And I don't do snow, so I'm staying in North Carolina and never coming back. I'll come back to visit.
It's too bad that Ian could not join us today, but, even for the first 2 times, he may have potentially been infuriating, but he was still fun to have around. And I think the next game we play, if it's Call of Cthulhu or D&D, Ian will probably be back with a new character, or he might even be running the campaign, because Ian's a pretty talented DM. I mean, everybody's a pretty talented DM here. I think the only person I don't think I've ever run who's never run a campaign or a scenario for me is Zach. Maybe like a
Right,
one,
yeah, I don't really have much.
maybe like a one shot, maybe of like one of your cool like avatar character things, maybe.
That I don't think so. I know I've improv a D&D one shot with for my brother and his friends. Although I did write like a long time ago. I did write a Call of Cthulhu one shot, a la Night Vale, a la the first Night Vale novel, because it has very much as a kind of Call of Cthulhu-y vibe mystery to it, with the man in the tan jacket.
Intriguing.
I find that's like years ago.
Yellow
Like,
jacket
and that look.
and pants.
This tan jacket and pants. He works for the King in Tan.
Ashley
God,
King
no.
of Catan. He's the settler of Catan. He's the man in the tan jacket who in Night Vale, like whenever you see him, you never remember what he looks like. He's just the man in the tan jacket.
All right, so
And I should like find what I wrote for that, see if it like makes any sense as a Call of Cthulhu.
Hopefully
Done.
next time around, whether it be Pathfinder or Cthulhu, again, I designed the hook and I ran the scenario and everything as more of a scary story. You know, not a lot of combat. It's more of a scary story for Halloween. So
yeah.
I hope it served its purpose, and I hope everyone enjoyed Halloween the night before and the next couple of times.
Yeah, I look forward to the next time we're all able to play together, even if it's different people in the group. I know for sure, at least in our like Facebook chat, we have 2 other people who are sometimes willing to take part. So there's like a rotating group of people there, and we all have other friends who can play occasionally. What was that?
I was gonna say, I'm just happy that we completed this Halloween story before Thanksgiving.
That's true. All right, so I guess I'll do some like the 2 plugs we have. There's Emily over there, Diva Dice Roller. When she gets her new PC eventually, right? That's like the next step. She plans to do a lot more stuff with Twitch or YouTube Live or whatever else. Who knows what's going to happen with that. And I don't think the other guys have much social presence, although I keep telling them all they should. They all have the talent and the know-how and interesting things that they could do. So maybe someday you'll see.
Ride Duncan's coattails, and you just can't find time for that.
Yeah. Someday, make sure you tune in a year to the Nadenators car review channel. Make sure in 6 months you tune into Zach's hella popular challenge channel where he does Pokemon and Mario challenges constantly. Make sure in 2 weeks to tune in to Drake's channel where, I don't know, Drake doesn't have anything interesting going on, so I guess he like teaches like a class or something. I don't know, whatever. Who cares?
You just vibing with Drake. The channel is just called Vibing with Drake.
Just vibing with Drake.
It's a nice
Brothers. And I'm Sir
Just
Duncan.
vibing.
Sir Duncan, I got a YouTube channel. It has some interesting things on it sometimes. Emily and I just did some Undertale live streams, so that's fun. And that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you to the people who watched this live, which there's a couple of you. We saw you over the 3 days, and the people who are watching this, and the people who are watching this on the repeat, which, if the other 2 ones are anything to go by, will be at least 100 of you. So thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Goodbye. Where's my stop button? Goodbye.